Hey there, welcome to Cozy Bedtime True Crime Stories. Tonight, we're diving into 3 hours of gripping true crime cases. Real stories of mystery, betrayal, and cold-blooded crimes, all set against the soothing backdrop of rain. It's the perfect blend of calm and unsettling. If these cases draw you in, tap that like button, share with your fellow true crime lovers, and subscribe to join our curious community. I'm always wondering, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments below. Now, settle in, and let's dig into the darkness. Story 1. The morning of May 11th, 2021, began like any other in the quiet suburb of Glyconera, nestled just east of Athens, Greece. The neighborhood was known for its tree-lined streets and comfortable homes, the kind of place where families felt safe, where children played in gardens, and where the troubles of the bustling Greek capital seemed pleasantly distant. In one such home on that Tuesday morning, a 20-year-old woman named Caroline Crouch lay in bed beside her husband Bobish Anagnostopoulos, a 32-year-old helicopter pilot and flight instructor. Their 11-month-old daughter, Lydia, slept in her crib nearby, blissfully unaware of the tensions that had been building within her parents' marriage or the tragedy that was about to unfold. Caroline was a striking young woman of British and Filipino descent, born in the United Kingdom but raised largely on the Greek island of Alonissos, where her family had settled when she was still a child. The island, part of the Sporades archipelago in the Aegean Sea, had been her paradise, a place of turquoise waters and close-knit community where everyone knew everyone else. She had grown up with dreams and aspirations, a bright student with her whole life ahead of her. But her path had taken an unexpected turn when, at just 15 years old, she met Bobish Anagnostopoulos. He was 28 at the time, a helicopter pilot who had come to the islands, moving from place to place in his aircraft. The age difference was substantial, 14 years separating the teenage schoolgirl from the adult man, but in Greece, where the age of consent was 15, their relationship was technically legal even if it raised eyebrows. There was even a connection beyond their initial meeting. Bobish's mother had been a teacher at Caroline's school, creating a web of familiarity that perhaps made the relationship seem less inappropriate to those around them. After his holiday ended, the pair kept in touch, and what began as correspondence evolved into dating, with visits becoming more frequent until Caroline and Bobish became inseparable. But beneath the surface of what appeared to be a romantic relationship lay troubling dynamics. Caroline would later confide to a therapist, Eleni Milanopoula, that she felt controlled and suffocated by her husband. The therapist would subsequently testify that Caroline presented a strikingly different picture of their marriage than Bobish did during their couples counseling sessions. When Bobish would leave the room, Caroline would speak about starting over again with baby Lydia, about building a new life separate from the man she had married. Yet in the next session, with Bobish present, she would talk about their plans to build a house together, the contradictions revealing the complex dance of hope and fear that characterized her existence. Caroline's diary, written partly in coded shorthand to keep her true feelings hidden from her husband, told an even darker story. On New Year's Eve in 2019, she wrote about a particularly explosive argument where she had hit him, cursed him, and he had broken a door in response. She described waking up feeling weak and tired, contemplating leaving to go to her sister's house, yet admitting she loved Bobish so much she couldn't bring herself to go even though the relationship was harming her. She used coded words like beating and dangerous man, shorthand that suggested violence she dared not explicitly name. On July 3rd, 2020, when their baby was just a month old, she revealed in her diary that she had told Bobish she wanted to leave him before becoming pregnant, that she had only stayed so their daughter could grow up with both parents. By the spring of 2021, Caroline's resolve to leave had solidified. On the night of May 10th, she sent a text message to a friend stating that she was planning to leave Bobish for good. Her phone's browsing history showed she had been searching for Airbnbs and hotels that very evening, researching places where she and Lydia could go to start their new life. Around midnight, Text messages between Caroline and Babish revealed they were arguing. The exact content of that final confrontation would become a matter of speculation, but what is certain is that it was the last argument Caroline Crouch would ever have. At 3:58 in the morning on May 11th, the biometric smartwatch Caroline wore on her wrist recorded that she was asleep. Her heart rate showed the slow, steady rhythm of peaceful rest, the physiological signature of someone unaware of impending danger. But then, at 4:05 in the morning, her heart rate suddenly spiked, racing as her body responded to a crisis her sleeping mind had not anticipated. By 4:11 in the morning, her heart had stopped beating entirely. Caroline Crouch, 20 years old, a mother to an infant daughter, was dead in her own bed. What happened in those 6 minutes between 4:05 and 4:11 would become the subject of intense forensic scrutiny and legal proceedings. According to the evidence that would later emerge, Babish Anagnostopoulos had suffocated his wife as she slept, pressing a pillow over her face until her desperate struggle ended and her heart ceased to beat. The attack occurred while their daughter Lydia slept nearby, unaware that her mother was being murdered. When Caroline's body was eventually found, the baby was discovered crying next to her mother's lifeless form. A witness unable to speak of the horror she may have sensed but could not comprehend. But Babish Anagnostopoulos was not finished with his work that morning. If he was to avoid suspicion, he needed to create a narrative that would explain his wife's death, a story that would deflect investigation away from himself. For the next several hours, he methodically staged an elaborate crime scene designed to convince police that the family had been victims of a violent home invasion. At 1:20 in the morning, 3 hours before Caroline died, he had already begun his preparations by removing the memory card from the home's closed-circuit television security camera. This detail would prove crucial later, as his story claimed the robbers had taken it when they left around 4:30 in the morning, a timeline that the digital evidence would thoroughly contradict. Anagnostopoulos bound Caroline's body, positioning her in a way that suggested she had been tied up by intruders. He tied himself up as well, though loosely enough that he could still operate his smartphone, another detail that would later raise red flags. Then, in perhaps the most chilling act of his staging, he took the family's 7-month-old puppy, a dog named Roxy, and hanged her from the stair banister using her own leash. The killing of the innocent dog served a dual purpose in his narrative. It demonstrated the brutality of the supposed intruders, and explained why the dog had not barked to alert them to the presence of strangers in the house. When police later arrived and Anagnostopoulos saw Roxy's body hanging where he had left her, officers noted with surprise that he showed almost no emotion. At some point during the staging process, Anagnostopoulos used his phone to send himself messages and move around the house, activities that occurred while he claimed to have been bound and helpless. His smartphone's activity tracker recorded his movements throughout the morning, creating a digital record that would prove impossible to reconcile with his story of being tied up by armed robbers. Once everything was arranged to his satisfaction, he called emergency services, reporting that his home had been invaded, his wife murdered, and his family robbed. When police forced their way into the house on West 80th Street, they found a scene of apparent horror. Caroline lay dead, bound and strangled, in front of her crying baby daughter. Babish was discovered tied up, claiming he had been bound and gagged by 3 armed robbers who had broken into their home. The intruders, he said, had demanded money and valuables, and when Caroline fought back despite already having given them what they wanted, they had strangled her in front of the baby while holding a gun to the child's head. The robbers had escaped with 15,000 euros in cash and various pieces of jewelry. It was, on its surface, a plausible story of a violent burglary gone tragically wrong. The case immediately captured national attention in Greece. The brutality of the crime, a young mother murdered in her home while her baby slept, a family dog killed, and a husband forced to watch helplessly, shocked the public conscience. Authorities pledged a reward of 300,000 euros for information leading to the capture of the perpetrators. National news outlets covered every development, and the Greek people followed the investigation with rapt attention. A 43-year-old Georgian citizen was even arrested trying to cross into Bulgaria with a fake passport, though no evidence connecting him to the crime was ever found. Meanwhile, Babiš Anagnostopoulos played the role of the grieving widower. 5 days after his wife's death, he posted a photograph from their wedding on Instagram with the message, "Always together. Farewell, my love." He gave interviews expressing his devastation at Caroline's murder and his desperation for the killers to be found. He cared for baby Lydia, now motherless, and accepted the condolences of friends, family, and strangers. But behind the scenes, investigators from the Crimes Against Life Department of the Hellenic Police were meticulously analyzing the digital evidence from the crime scene, and what they were finding troubled them deeply. The breakthrough came from the very technology that Anagnostopoulos had failed to account for when staging his elaborate deception. Caroline's biometric smartwatch had recorded her heart rate throughout the night of her death, and the data told a story that fundamentally contradicted her husband's timeline. Her heart had stopped beating at 4:11 in the morning, yet Babiš claimed the robbers had not even entered the house until 4:30. The discrepancy was impossible to explain away. Investigators also analyzed the home's security camera system and discovered that the memory card had been removed at 1:20 in the morning, not at 4:30 when the robbers allegedly left. Babiš's smartphone revealed his movements during the hours he claimed to have been bound, showing him using apps and moving around the house at times when he should have been helpless. Text messages between the couple around midnight on May 10th revealed an argument in progress. Caroline's phone showed her searching for hotels and accommodations, evidence of her plan to leave. Every digital device in the house told the same story. Babiš Anagnostopoulos was lying, and the evidence proved it. For 37 days, Anagnostopoulos maintained his story, never wavering publicly from his account of the armed robbery. But investigators were building their case, waiting for the right moment to confront him with the evidence they had gathered. That moment came on June 17, 2021, when a memorial service was held for Caroline near her family home on Alanissos. Babiš attended, playing his role as the devastated husband to the end. Photographs captured him embracing Caroline's mother, Susan, the woman whose daughter he had murdered, a moment of breathtaking duplicity. As the service concluded, a police helicopter descended onto the island. Officers approached Anagnostopoulos and informed him that there had been a major breakthrough in the investigation. They urged him to accompany them immediately to Athens to help identify a suspect. From Alanissos he was transferred to Skiathos, and from there he boarded a plane to the capital, still believing he was helping with the investigation into his wife's supposed killers. It was only when he arrived in Athens that the truth was revealed. He was the suspect. The interrogation that followed lasted 8 grueling hours. Investigators confronted Anagnostopoulos with the digital evidence, the timestamps that contradicted his story, the smartwatch data that proved Caroline died hours before he claimed, the smartphone activity that showed him moving while supposedly bound. Piece by piece, his elaborate lie crumbled under the weight of technology he had never fully understood. Finally, Babiš Anagnostopoulos confessed. He admitted that he had killed Caroline, though he initially claimed it was the result of an argument over their daughter's care rather than premeditated murder. He told investigators the couple had often argued in recent months, a detail Caroline's diary had already documented. On June 18th, Anagnostopoulos was formally charged with 2 felonies and 2 misdemeanors: murder committed in a calm state of mind, animal abuse for killing the dog Roxy, false reporting, and false testimony for the statements he had given to authorities. He was imprisoned pending trial. The news of his confession interrupted national television coverage of the Euro 2020 football championships. Such was the public interest in the case. Cars stopped outside cafes in Athens as people crowded around screens to watch the latest developments. The case that had shocked Greece with its brutality now shocked the nation again with the revelation that the grieving husband had been the killer all along. The trial began in April of 2022, nearly a year after Caroline's death. Anagnostopoulos appeared in court wearing a bulletproof vest, a precaution against potential attacks given the intense public anger his crime had generated. Over 5 hours of testimony, he addressed the court, admitting he had no excuses for what he had done and begging for forgiveness. He told the judges he would recount exactly what happened in every detail and honestly, though prosecutors maintained he continued to minimize his culpability. "There are no excuses for what happened a year ago," he said, his voice reportedly breaking. "Not to myself, not to anyone. What was lost a year ago is irreplaceable. She didn't deserve what happened. Our dog didn't deserve it or anyone else. The word sorry is not enough. No matter how many times I tell her now that I'm sorry, she won't enjoy her life." The trial heard extensive evidence about the couple's troubled relationship. Therapist Eleni Milanopoulos testified about Caroline's feelings of being controlled, about how differently she described the marriage when Babish left the room. Excerpts from Caroline's diary were read aloud, detailing the arguments, the fear, her desire to leave before the pregnancy, her decision to stay for the baby's sake. The court learned about the age difference when they began dating. Caroline just 15 and still in school, while Babish was a 28-year-old adult. Forensic experts presented the digital evidence, the smartwatch data, the smartphone tracking, the security camera timeline, all painting an irrefutable picture of premeditated murder. On May 16, 2022, the joint jury reached their unanimous verdict. Babish Anagnostopoulos was guilty of murder committed in a calm state of mind, premeditated murder, as well as killing a companion animal, false report, and false testimony. The court sentenced him to life imprisonment for the murder, with an additional 10 years for killing the dog and other charges. Caroline's family, who had been present throughout the trial, welcomed the sentence. Anagnostopoulos appealed the conviction, but on September 29, 2023, the Mixed Court of Appeal in Athens unanimously affirmed the initial verdict. He was resentenced to life imprisonment, an additional 11 years and 6 months, and a total fine of €21,000. The Crouch family won custody of Lydia, and the little girl who had been found crying beside her murdered mother's body was eventually moved to Manila in the Philippines to be raised with her cousins, far from the house in Glicanera where her mother had died. The case of Caroline Crouch became more than just another tragic domestic homicide. It stood as a stark example of how technology can unmask even the most carefully constructed lies, how digital footprints can speak for victims who can no longer speak for themselves. Caroline's smartwatch, recording her final moments, became her silent witness, the device on her wrist telling the truth about when her heart stopped beating even as her husband spun his elaborate tale of armed robbers. The case also highlighted the dangers of relationships marked by significant age gaps and power imbalances, where a teenage girl becomes involved with an adult man and finds herself trapped in a marriage she desperately wants to escape. Story 2. The gray Cleveland sky hung heavy over West 80th Street in the winter of 2017, the kind of oppressive December cold that seeps into bones and makes every breath visible in the frigid air. In a modest home on the 1300 block, a secret lay buried beneath the frozen earth of the backyard, wrapped in blankets and trash bags, hidden from the world for nearly 3 months. Inside that house lived Larissa Rodriguez, a 34-year-old mother of 9 children, along with her boyfriend Christopher Rodriguez and several of her youngest offspring. But one child was conspicuously absent from the home, a 5-year-old boy with special needs named Jordan Rodriguez, who had been born prematurely and had never spoken a word in his short life. Jordan's silence was not a choice but a condition of his birth. He came into the world too early, his small body fighting against the odds from his very first breath. The premature birth left him developmentally disabled and nonverbal, unable to express his needs, his fears, or his pain through words. He communicated through gestures and expressions, relying on the adults in his life to interpret his needs and protect him from harm. This vulnerability made him entirely dependent on those who should have loved him most, and tragically, it also made him invisible to the systems designed to safeguard children like him. The Rodriguez household had been on the radar of Cuyahoga County Division of Children and Family Services for years. Larissa herself had been removed from her parents' custody when she was 15 years old in 1998, beginning a lifetime of entanglement with social services. She had 9 children, each born to different fathers whom she referred to as donors, men she met primarily through social media platforms like Facebook. The instability of her own upbringing seemed to have replicated itself in the lives of her children, creating a cycle of dysfunction that agencies struggled to break. Among the various social workers and case managers assigned to monitor the Rodriguez family was Nancy Caraballo, a 49-year-old woman employed by Catholic Charities through a program called Bright Beginnings. Her role as an education liaison was straightforward: make monthly home visits to evaluate the Rodriguez children, provide parenting education through the Parents as Teachers program, and refer the children for educational services. As a mandatory reporter, Caraballo had a legal and moral obligation to report any signs of neglect or abuse to the proper authorities. This responsibility was not merely bureaucratic, but potentially life-saving, especially for vulnerable children like Jordan, who could not speak for themselves. But Nancy Caraballo had other interests beyond her professional duties. Beginning in July of 2015 and continuing through December of 2017, she engaged in a scheme with Larissa Rodriguez that would have devastating consequences. Caraballo paid Rodriguez 50 cents for every dollar of her food stamp benefits, systematically purchasing the assistance that was meant to feed 5 hungry children, including Jordan. Over the course of 2.5 years, this fraud totaled more than $10,000, money that should have provided nutrition for growing bodies, but instead lined the pockets of 2 women willing to exploit the most vulnerable. The bribery created a perverse incentive structure. In exchange for the cash that Larissa received from selling her food stamps, Caraballo falsified her home visit reports, indicating she had been inside the Rodriguez residence and evaluated the children when, in fact, she had not. On at least 11 occasions, she logged visits into the county's visit tracker system that never occurred. The reports painted a picture of a family receiving services, of children being monitored, of a system functioning as intended. But the reality inside the Rodriguez home was far darker than any document suggested. In September of 2016, something shifted in Larissa's behavior regarding Jordan. She began keeping him out of the view of others, hiding him from neighbors, relatives, and officials. When the school district inquired about his enrollment, she told them he had gone to live with his father in Texas. When Child and Family Services asked after him, she repeated the same story. And in the spring of 2017, when Caraballo herself asked about Jordan's whereabouts, Larissa provided the identical explanation. He was in Texas with his father. The story was consistent, plausible enough to avoid immediate scrutiny, and convenient for a mother who no longer wanted questions asked about a child who had become invisible. The truth, however, was that Jordan remained in the home on West 80th Street, hidden from the world. Evidence would later emerge that during this period of concealment, he suffered terrible abuse such as broken bones, including fractures to his arm and multiple ribs, injuries that occurred while he was alive and that were consistent with inflicted trauma. These were not the injuries of a rough fall or childhood accident, but the unmistakable signs of deliberate violence. The broken bones would have been excruciatingly painful, and in the case of the arm fracture, visibly deformed and identifiable to any observer who bothered to look. But no one was looking because no one knew Jordan was there. The injuries had never been medically treated. No doctor examined the broken bones, no hospital set the fractures, no intervention occurred to stop the cycle of violence. Jordan, who could not speak to describe his pain, who could not call for help or tell anyone what was happening to him, endured his suffering in silence. His older half-brother, Angel Bolivar, would later testify about the conditions in the home during those final months. The house, which had been documented as being in deplorable condition at the time of Jordan's death, was a place where basic care and safety were absent. September 22, 2017, marked the end of Jordan's short life. According to Christopher Rodriguez's later testimony, Jordan had been sleeping in the bedroom he shared with Larissa a couple of nights before that date. The child, already weakened by malnutrition and abuse, was still breathing, but told them he wasn't feeling well. Christopher went to work on the morning of September 22nd, leaving Jordan in the home with Larissa. What exactly transpired that day remains unclear, obscured by the conflicting accounts and self-serving narratives of those involved. But by the time Christopher returned, Jordan was dead. The couple's response to finding the child deceased revealed a complete absence of normal parental instinct. Rather than call 911, rather than seek help or report what had happened, they made a different choice. They wrapped Jordan's small body in blankets and placed it in trash bags. Then, under cover of darkness, they dug a grave in their backyard, a pit measuring 4 feet by 4 feet, and buried him there. They smoothed the earth over the grave and went on with their lives as though nothing had happened. When people asked about Jordan, Larissa maintained the fiction she had been telling for a year. He was in Texas with his father. For nearly 3 months, Jordan's absence went unreported and uninvestigated. Larissa told everyone who asked that he was in Texas, a story that satisfied the curious and deflected further inquiry. Nancy Caraballo, who should have been visiting the home monthly, and who should have been asking hard questions about a child who had disappeared, never reported Jordan missing. She was too busy collecting her bribe money and falsifying reports to care about the welfare of a voiceless child. The systems that existed to protect Jordan had been corrupted by greed and indifference, leaving him utterly alone. But secrets, especially terrible ones, have a way of coming to light. On Monday, December 18, 2017, the Cleveland Police Department received an unusual 911 call. The caller identified himself as a member of the United States Air Force deployed overseas and explained that he was Christopher Rodriguez's brother. His voice on the recording carried the weight of moral conflict, a man torn between loyalty to family and the burden of terrible knowledge. "It's kind of messed up, the whole situation," he told the dispatcher, "but my brother told me something and I just can't sleep at night. I feel like I need to tell you something." The brother relayed what Christopher had confessed to him. He had come home to find a 5-year-old child named Jordan Rodriguez dead, and he and the boy's mother had buried the body in their backyard. The specificity of the information, combined with the obvious distress of the caller, prompted immediate action. Officers were dispatched to the address on West 80th Street, uncertain what they would find but prepared for the worst. When police arrived and confronted Larissa Rodriguez about the tip they had received, her carefully maintained story began to unravel. Initially, she insisted that Jordan's aunt had picked him up on December 2nd to take him to visit his father in Texas. She described Jordan as having special needs and being unable to speak, details that should have raised immediate red flags about why such a vulnerable child would be sent across the country without any way for his mother to contact him. When pressed for contact information for the father or the aunt, Larissa could provide neither a phone number nor an address. She referred to Jordan's father as a donor she had met on Facebook, a characterization that revealed the transactional nature of her relationships. Investigators attempted to verify Larissa's story, checking her Cleveland address for the aunt, and even pursuing a lead in the Houston area, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Christopher Rodriguez, who had been in the Medina County Jail on an unrelated charge of failing to pay child support, was moved from minimum security to a maximum security cell. The pieces were coming together, and the authorities knew they were dealing with something far more sinister than a missing child. Under mounting pressure and facing the weight of evidence, Larissa Rodriguez eventually led investigators to the backyard. There, beneath the frozen December earth, they made the grisly discovery that confirmed the worst fears. Jordan's body, wrapped and bagged like refuse, had been buried inappropriately according to court documents, a bureaucratic term that could not adequately capture the horror and indignity of what had been done to this vulnerable child. On December 21, 2017, Larissa Rodriguez appeared before a judge for the first time, charged with murder. The woman who had hidden her son's existence, sold her children's food for cash, and buried her child in the backyard would spend Christmas behind bars. The criminal cases moved forward through 2018. Christopher Rodriguez was indicted on charges of aggravated murder, which carried a penalty of 15 years to life. The indictment reflected the prosecution's belief that he had been actively involved not just in the disposal of Jordan's body, but in the circumstances that led to his death. Nancy Caraballo faced her own reckoning, indicted for trafficking in food stamps, charges that could result in up to 50 years in prison given the scope and duration of her fraud. Prosecutors from the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office, led by Michael C. O'Malley, detailed the systematic failure that had cost Jordan his life. An abusive, unfit mother and a morally bankrupt education liaison teamed up to take food out of the mouths of 5 children, O'Malley stated, capturing the essence of the conspiracy between Larissa Rodriguez and Nancy Caraballo. The food stamp scheme had directly contributed to the conditions that killed Jordan, starving him of the nutrition he needed while enriching the very person who should have been protecting him. In June of 2018, both Larissa and Christopher Rodriguez entered guilty pleas, avoiding trial but accepting responsibility for their actions. Larissa pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter, felonious assault, endangering children, and gross abuse of a corpse. On July 2, 2018, she was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Christopher Rodriguez pleaded guilty to the same 4 charges and received 28 years, the maximum sentence available. Nancy Caraballo, for her role in the food stamp fraud scheme, was ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison, a term that many felt was inadequate given the consequences of her corruption. But the criminal convictions were not the end of Jordan's story. In January of 2019, a civil lawsuit was filed in Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court. The plaintiff was Michelle Rodriguez, Jordan's aunt and the administrator of his estate, seeking to hold accountable not just the individuals directly responsible for his death, but the institutions that had failed to protect him. Named as defendants were Larissa Rodriguez, Christopher Rodriguez, Nancy Caraballo, Catholic Charities Corporation, and others whose negligence had contributed to the tragedy. The complaint alleged wrongful death and made specific claims about the failure of multiple entities to fulfill their duties. It asserted that Jordan's death was caused by nutritional and medical neglect that grew directly out of the criminal benefits fraud scheme between Larissa and Caraballo. The lawsuit claimed that Catholic Charities had been negligent in its hiring, training, and supervision of Caraballo, and that this negligence was a proximate cause of Jordan's death. The Cuyahoga County Department of Children and Family Services was also found liable, though not named as a defendant in the suit. The complaint argued that the defendants had turned a blind eye to clear and present indications of ongoing physical abuse and neglect, acting indifferently to Jordan's safety and well-being, leaving him exposed to long-standing and continuing harm and to his untimely death. The evidence presented supported this damning assessment, painting a picture of institutional failure at multiple levels. On April 22, 2024, after deliberating on the evidence, the 8-member jury reached their verdict. They sided with Michelle Rodriguez and the estate of Jordan Rodriguez, finding Catholic Charities Corporation, Nancy Caraballo, the Cuyahoga County Department of Children and Family Services, and MetroHealth Medical Center employees or contractors liable for the child's death. The jury awarded $12 million to Jordan's estate, a sum intended to reflect the value of the life that had been lost and the egregious nature of the failures that led to his death. Catholic Charities alone was ordered to pay $960,000. The jury would return the following week to consider punitive damages. Jordan Rodriguez's story is one that haunts precisely because it was preventable at so many points. If Nancy Caraballo had done her job instead of taking bribes, Jordan's injuries and deteriorating condition would have been documented. If Catholic Charities had properly supervised their contractor, the falsified reports would have been discovered. If the Department of Children and Family Services had followed up more aggressively on a child with special needs who had supposedly been sent out of state, the fiction of his Texas visit would have collapsed. If any adult in Jordan's orbit had prioritized his welfare over their own interests, he might have been saved. Instead, a voiceless child suffered alone, his silence mistaken for acquiescence, his invisibility mistaken for absence. He was born too early, given too little, protected by no one who had the power to help him. His short life was marked by pain, hunger, and violence, and his death was followed by a burial that treated him as something to be hidden rather than someone to be mourned. Jordan Rodriguez became a silent witness to the failures of every system designed to safeguard children, and his story stands as a stark reminder of the consequences when greed and indifference are allowed to flourish unchecked. The $12 million verdict, the prison sentences, and the guilty pleas cannot bring Jordan back. But they can serve as a testament that his life mattered, that his death demanded accountability, and that the adults who failed him would face consequences. In the end, the child who could never speak for himself found his voice through the legal system, through the dedication of his Aunt Michelle Rodriguez, and through a jury of citizens who looked at the evidence and declared that Jordan Rodriguez deserved justice. His grave in that Cleveland backyard became a symbol not just of tragedy, but of the imperative to do better, to see the invisible children, and to ensure that never again would a voiceless child suffer and die while those paid to protect him looked the other way. Story 3. The evening of January 6, 2006, was supposed to mark a new beginning for Melissa Howard. After years of legal warfare, countless court appearances, and countless sleepless nights, the 33-year-old nurse from Crestview, Florida, had finally won the battle that had consumed her life. The courts had ruled in her favor in the brutal custody dispute over her young son, Taylor. The next morning, her ex-husband Brian Howard would be required to hand over the boy, and Melissa would finally have her child back full-time. But Melissa Howard would never see that sunrise. By the time the sun rose over the Florida panhandle, she would be dead, her throat slashed, her body beaten and stabbed in the living room of her own home. Melissa Lynn Soldatek Howard was not just another name in a police file. She was a woman whose kindness radiated through every room she entered, a dedicated nurse whose patients adored her, and a mother whose love for her children defined every decision she made. Those who knew her described her as an angel, someone who would help anyone in need without hesitation. Her warm smile and caring nature made her beloved in the tight-knit community of Crestview, a quiet town where everyone seemed to know everyone else. But beneath that peaceful exterior, Melissa's life had become a battlefield. The divorce from Brian Howard had been finalized nearly 3 years earlier, but the war between them had never truly ended. Instead, it had intensified, morphing into a vicious custody fight over their son Taylor that brought out the worst in both parties. The legal battles were exhausting and expensive, but Melissa refused to back down. Her attorney, Janice Burke, had witnessed the toll it took on her client firsthand. Every conversation, every meeting, every court appearance was shadowed by fear. Melissa had made her position clear to anyone who would listen, including her lawyer. She would say it plainly, without drama, but with absolute conviction. If anything happened to her, Brian Howard would be responsible. The fear was not paranoid delusion. It was calculated, rational terror based on the man she had once loved and the rage she now witnessed directed at her. Melissa told Janice Burke something that would haunt the lawyer forever. "I'm scared to win." When Burke asked why, Melissa's answer was chilling. "Because I believe he would kill me." Every time they met, every time they prepared for court, that fear hung in the air like smoke. But Melissa pressed forward anyway, driven by her love for Taylor and her determination to protect him. By early January 2006, Melissa had won. The court had ruled that custody would transition to her, and Brian Howard was ordered to turn over their son. The date set for the handover was January 7th. Melissa had finally achieved what she had fought so hard to accomplish, but the victory came with a price. She was terrified of what Brian might do, so terrified that she had installed a security camera system at her home. She documented everything, kept meticulous records, and made sure people knew about her fears. If something happened to her, she wanted the world to know where to look. But on the evening of January 6th, just hours before she was supposed to take custody of Taylor, Melissa's world came to a violent end. The details of that night would haunt investigators for over a decade. Melissa had been seeing someone, a UPS driver named Christopher Cadenhead. It was a complicated relationship. Cadenhead was married, and their affair was a secret he had kept from his wife. On the night of January 6th, Cadenhead had plans to see Melissa. When he arrived at her home, he found a scene that would be seared into his memory forever. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. Cadenhead called out for Melissa, but received no answer. As he moved through the house, a sense of dread grew with each step. Then he found her. Melissa Howard was lying in her living room, her body brutally violated by violence. Her throat had been slashed, and she had been stabbed and beaten with a ferocity that suggested deep, personal rage. The crime scene was horrific, the kind of scene that suggested this was not a random act, but something far more intimate and personal. Cadenhead immediately called his wife, confessing to the affair in the same breath that he told her about finding Melissa's body. Then he called the police. When law enforcement arrived, they found a scene that was both brutal and puzzling. The violence was extreme, suggesting a crime of passion, but the scene was remarkably clean. There were no obvious signs of forced entry, which meant Melissa had likely known her killer and let them into her home. The newly installed security system had been disabled. Her diary, which might have contained crucial information about her fears and the threats she had received, was missing. Whoever had killed Melissa Howard had done so with brutal efficiency and had tried to cover their tracks. Detective Kenny Pinker of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement took the lead on the investigation. In murder cases, particularly those involving this level of violence, the first suspect is almost always someone close to the victim. The rage, the personal nature of the attack, it all pointed to someone who knew Melissa well. Brian Howard immediately became the prime suspect. The timing was impossible to ignore. Melissa had just won custody, and the handover was scheduled for the very next day. The motive was glaring. Melissa herself had predicted that if she won, Brian might kill her. It seemed like an open and shut case. But as investigators dug deeper, they hit a wall. Despite their suspicions, they could not find any physical evidence linking Brian Howard to the crime. No fingerprints, no DNA, nothing that placed him at the scene. His alibi, while not ironclad, could not be definitively broken. The case that seemed so obvious began to slip through their fingers like sand. They were left with a brutal murder, a grieving family, and a community demanding answers that they could not provide. Years passed. The case went cold. Melissa's family was left without justice, and the people of Crestview were left with an unsolved murder in their midst. But investigators never truly gave up. The case file remained open, and detectives continued to review the evidence, hoping for a break. That break finally came when forensic technology advanced enough to re-examine the DNA evidence from the crime scene. DNA had been recovered from Melissa's body, but it had not matched anyone in the initial investigation. When investigators ran the DNA through updated databases and compared it using more advanced techniques, they got a hit, but not a direct match. The DNA was a familial match to a man named Michael Holbrook. Michael had been friends with Melissa Howard, and his DNA profile was similar to the sample found on her body, but it was not identical. The DNA belonged to a male relative of Michael, someone from his paternal line. Michael Holbrook had a brother, David Russell Holbrook Jr. When investigators looked into Russell Holbrook, pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Russell was friends with Brian Howard, Melissa's ex-husband. He was part of Brian's inner circle, and Melissa had made it clear that Russell was not welcome at her home because of his association with Brian. But as investigators dug deeper, they uncovered something that made their blood run cold. 2 days before Melissa was murdered, Russell Holbrook had shown up at her house. Melissa's attorney, Janice Burke, told investigators about a disturbing encounter Melissa had reported. Russell Holbrook had come to her home and delivered what Melissa perceived as a threatening message. The visit had left her upset and scared. She had told her lawyer about it. expressing her fear that something terrible was going to happen. And then 2 days later, she was dead. Armed with this information and the DNA evidence, investigators obtained a warrant for Russell Holbrook's DNA. He had since moved to Alabama, but they tracked him down. When his DNA was tested, it matched the sample found on Melissa Howard's body. Nearly 13 years after Melissa's murder, investigators finally had their man. On a day that brought hope to Melissa's grieving family, David Russell Holbrook Jr. was arrested in Alabama and extradited to Florida to stand trial for first-degree murder. The arrest made headlines across the region. After more than a decade of waiting, of wondering if justice would ever come, Melissa's loved ones finally had an answer. But now came the challenge of proving in court what investigators believed they knew, that Russell Holbrook had brutally murdered Melissa Howard on the eve of her custody victory. The trial began in February 2019, more than 13 years after Melissa's death. The courtroom in Crestview was packed with spectators, family members, and media. For 7 days, prosecutors and defense attorneys battled over the evidence, the timeline, and the question of reasonable doubt. Prosecutor Clifton Drake laid out the state's case methodically. He began by introducing the jury to the key figures in Melissa's life. Brian Howard, the ex-husband with whom she had fought a bitter custody battle. Christopher Cadenhead, the married boyfriend who had found her body, Michael Holbrook, and the defendant, David Russell Holbrook Jr. Drake walked the jury through the timeline of that fateful night. Melissa had been alive at 8:50 p.m., confirmed by phone records. Surveillance footage from a local Walmart showed Russell Holbrook at the store at 9:35 and 9:37 p.m. That gave him a window of approximately 45 minutes to an hour to commit the murder. Drake argued that was more than enough time for a large man with military training who, according to evidence, liked knives to overpower and kill a woman who weighed just 115 pounds. But the most damning evidence was Russell Holbrook's own changing story. 3 weeks after Melissa's murder, in late January 2006, Crestview police interviewed Holbrook for the first time. During that interview, Holbrook told investigators that he had not seen Melissa Howard in 2 years. It was a clear, unambiguous statement. But when police interviewed him a second time and pressed him with more details, his story changed dramatically. Suddenly, Holbrook remembered that he had gone to Melissa's house just 2 days before her murder. Drake played recordings of both interviews for the jury, emphasizing the significance of this change. The defendant claimed he had not been by her house in years, but in truth he was there 2 days before her death, Drake told the jurors. That's not something you forget, that's something you're hiding. The prosecutor argued that Holbrook's shifting alibis showed consciousness of guilt. Every time he was confronted with new information, his timeline changed, and each change gave him more opportunity to have committed the murder. And then there was the DNA. Holbrook's DNA had been found on Melissa's body. There was no innocent explanation for its presence. Drake's conclusion was blunt. His DNA was on her body because he was there that night and killed her. The defense, led by attorney Jarvis, fought back hard. Jarvis argued that investigators had tunnel vision, focusing on Holbrook while ignoring other possibilities. He pointed to Christopher Cadenhead, the married boyfriend who had been having an affair with Melissa. Jarvis suggested that Cadenhead had motive. Perhaps Melissa had told him she was pregnant, creating a crisis in his double life. The defense noted that Cadenhead had been at the house the night of the murder and that Melissa's son, Taylor, who was now grown, had testified that Cadenhead had been there and had a bag that he would not let Taylor look inside. Jarvis also attacked the investigation itself, claiming that it was personal for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement because Melissa had a relative high up in the FDLE bureaucracy. He argued that pressure to solve the case had led to mistakes and tunnel vision. The defense pointed out that there were 2 beer bottles at the scene. One had Melissa's DNA, but the other had never even been collected as evidence. Jarvis suggested that bottle might have revealed who Melissa had been drinking with that night. Most importantly, Jarvis argued that the state had no clear motive. Why would Russell Holbrook kill Melissa Howard? He had no direct stake in the custody battle. There was no evidence of a personal relationship between them that had gone wrong. For 13 years, Jarvis told the jury, Crestview Police, Florida Department of Law Enforcement investigators from the state attorney's office were all unable to produce a motive for Russell to commit this crime. 13 years could not produce one. No motive. Absolutely no motive. After 7 days of testimony, legal arguments, and emotional moments, the case went to the jury at approximately 3:30 p.m. The jury consisted of 9 women and 3 men. They carried the weight of Melissa's memory, her family's grief, and Russell Holbrook's fate as they filed into the deliberation room. For the next 4 hours, they examined the evidence, debated the testimony, and grappled with the question of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. At 7:30 p.m., the jury returned. The courtroom fell silent as they took their seats. The verdict was read, guilty of first-degree murder. David Russell Holbrook, Jr. had been convicted of murdering Melissa Howard. After the jury was excused, Okaloosa County Circuit Judge Michael Flowers wasted no time. He sentenced Holbrook to life in prison. For Melissa's family and friends, the verdict brought a measure of justice that had been 13 years in the making. It could not bring Melissa back, could not undo the violence that had been done to her, could not restore the years that Taylor had grown up without his mother. But it meant that the man who had taken Melissa's life on the eve of her greatest victory would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The case of Melissa Howard is a story of fear realized, of a woman who knew she was in danger and tried to protect herself, only to have that protection fail when it mattered most. It is a story of a justice system that took far too long to act, but ultimately held the guilty accountable. It is a story of DNA technology that advanced enough to solve a case that had gone cold, bringing answers to a family that had waited more than a decade for the truth. But more than anything, it is the story of Melissa Lynn Soldatek Howard, a nurse, a mother, a woman who fought for her child and paid the ultimate price. Her memory lives on in the people she helped, the patients she cared for, and the son she loved enough to face her worst fears. On January 6, 2006, Melissa Howard was robbed of the future she had fought so hard to secure. But in February 2019, her voice was finally heard, and justice, though delayed, was served. Story 4. The autumn air carried a chill through the streets of Chattanooga, Tennessee, as November 2022 drew toward its final week. In a modest home in the city, a young woman named Jasmine Pace prepared for what should have been an ordinary Tuesday evening, unaware that the hours ahead would mark the end of her 22 years of life. She was a college student at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, navigating the complexities of young adulthood with the same hopes and dreams shared by countless others her age. Her relationship with Jason Chin, a fellow student majoring in computer science, had been turbulent, marked by the familiar pattern of breakups and reconciliations that often characterize young love. On this particular evening, Jasmine made a decision that would prove fatal. She would drive to Jason's apartment one more time. Jasmine shared an exceptionally close bond with her mother, Katrina Bean, a relationship characterized by near-constant communication throughout each day. They spoke multiple times daily, saw each other regularly, and maintained the kind of connection that made even a few hours of silence feel unusual. As November 22nd progressed into evening, Jasmine went about her routine, her silver Chevy Equinox eventually carrying her through the darkened streets of Chattanooga toward Tremont Street. The vehicle's tracking system would later reveal that she arrived at 110 Tremont Street, the address of Jason Chen's apartment building, at precisely 11:42 p.m. The ignition turned off 1 minute later at 11:43 p.m., and Jasmine stepped out into the night, walking toward apartment 210 where Jason lived. Security cameras captured these movements, creating a digital record that would become crucial evidence in the days to come. Inside the apartment, the couple spent time together as the night deepened and Tuesday became Wednesday. According to later testimony, Jason used his phone to take a photograph of Jasmine standing in his bathroom, a seemingly innocent moment preserved in pixels. The hours passed, and at 2:18 a.m. on November 23rd, Jasmine performed an action that would later provide investigators with a critical piece of information. She shared her location with her mother using a pin drop on her phone. This digital breadcrumb would prove to be one of the last traces of her living presence. What happened in the hours that followed would become the subject of intense legal scrutiny, conflicting narratives, and a community's horror. According to the prosecution's case, built carefully through forensic evidence and witness testimony, Jasmine discovered something on Jason's phone that sparked a confrontation. Notifications from Tinder, the dating application, rang out repeatedly from his device. Screenshots of text messages from Jasmine were saved on Jason's phone, but the actual conversations themselves had been deleted. The discovery of these messages, suggesting Jason had been communicating with other women while in a relationship with her, ignited an argument between the couple. A neighbor in the apartment building, Courtney Brewer, would later testify that she heard an altercation taking place after 2 a.m. in the early morning hours of November 23rd. She reported hearing people running toward an apartment door at exactly 2:11 a.m. The defense would later present a dramatically different version of events, claiming that Jasmine attacked Jason first with a broken wine bottle after finding the incriminating messages on his phone. Attorney Josh Weiss argued that she came at Chun with the broken glass, and that Jason, in a panic, grabbed a kitchen knife that had been left on a bedside table after being used to open a wine bottle. The defense narrative claimed Jason blacked out during the confrontation and regained consciousness over Jasmine's body. However, the physical evidence would tell a far more disturbing story, one that suggested premeditation rather than passion, calculated violence rather than panicked self-defense. The medical examiner's findings were stark and horrifying. Jasmine Pace had been stabbed 60 times. The sheer number of wounds painted a picture of sustained, relentless violence that contradicted any claim of a momentary loss of control. Even more chilling, investigators discovered that Jasmine had been handcuffed and shackled after her death, with her wrists bound to her ankles in a manner that made her body easier to conceal. The defense would claim these restraints were applied in a panic to make her fit inside bags in a suitcase, but prosecutors argued they demonstrated clear premeditation and a calculated effort to dispose of evidence. Blood evidence found throughout apartment 210 revealed the true scope of the violence that occurred within those walls. Investigators used Blue Star, a forensic tool that detects blood invisible to the naked eye, and found extensive bloodstains on the floor, in the sink, and under the carpet. The pattern of blood under the carpet was consistent with someone having been placed under the bed. As dawn broke on November 23rd, Jason Chin began a series of actions that would later form the timeline of his attempted cover-up. At 7:03 p.m. that evening, security footage and cell phone data tracked his movements as he transported Jasmine's remains from his apartment. A receipt from Walmart showed that Chen had purchased hydrogen peroxide, a bath towel, and 2 bunches of asparagus earlier that day. The cleaning supplies found in abundance throughout his apartment told their own story of frantic attempts to eliminate evidence. Trash bags had been emptied, and when police checked the dumpsters outside the building, they found 2 white sneakers and a pair of blue trousers. Inside the apartment, fragments of broken glass littered the living room floor. Furniture had been moved and rearranged, leaving marks on the carpet that showed where pieces had sat for extended periods before being relocated to other parts of the room. On November 23rd, as Jason Chen worked to conceal the crime that had occurred in his apartment, Katrina Bean was beginning to feel the first stirrings of panic. Hours passed without any word from her daughter, a silence so uncharacteristic that it immediately alarmed her. The situation was made more urgent by tragic circumstances. Katrina was trying to notify Jasmine that her grandmother had died, news that made her daughter's unreachability even more concerning. As Wednesday turned into Thursday and then Friday, Katrina's worry transformed into desperate action. She tracked her daughter's Chevy Equinox, the digital trail leading her to Tremont Street and Jason Chen's apartment building. Finding the vehicle but not her daughter, Katrina made the decision to break into apartment 210. What Katrina discovered inside the apartment only deepened her terror. Cleaning supplies were everywhere, suggesting a thorough scrubbing of the space. On a counter, she found Jasmine's identification card and credit card, along with a travel bag belonging to her daughter. Jasmine herself was nowhere to be found, and neither was Jason Chin. Katrina took photographs of what she saw, documenting the scene with a mother's desperate hope of finding any clue to her daughter's whereabouts. She also took phones and notebooks from the apartment, though she would later testify that she placed nothing new into the space. She called the police, frantic for help, but testified that she received little assistance from Chattanooga police in those early days. Katrina later recalled her state of mind during those terrible hours. She was insanely scared, driven by a single desperate purpose to find her missing daughter. On November 26th, as the Thanksgiving holiday arrived and families across America gathered to express gratitude, the Pace family could only think of Jasmine's absence. Days passed with agonizing slowness, each hour bringing new fear about what might have happened to the young woman. Katrina and other family members continued their search, pressuring police to take action. Finally, on November 29, 2022, authorities arrested Jason Chun at his parents' home in Nolensville, near Nashville. When police executed the search warrant at the residence, they made a crucial discovery. Inside an eyeglass case within Jason's backpack, investigators found the SIM card from Jasmine Pace's phone. Jason immediately requested a lawyer and refused to answer questions. The arrest did not bring Jasmine home, only confirmed the family's worst fears that something terrible had happened. On November 30th, District Attorney Cody Wamp held a news conference, her words careful but clear about the investigation's focus. She emphasized that their main concern was Jasmine, her location, and her well-being, stating that the young woman was their priority and would continue to be in the days forward. But privately, investigators were following another lead, one that would transform the missing person case into a confirmed homicide. Cell phone location data from November 23rd placed Jason Chun on the banks of the Tennessee River. This digital trail led detectives to a specific area along Suck Creek Road, a location near the water where someone might dispose of something they desperately wanted to hide. On December 1st, 2022, investigators searched the area and made the discovery that would shatter the Pace family's last hopes. They found a suitcase. The container would later be displayed in court, a silent witness to unspeakable violence. Because of the nature of its contents, the suitcase needed to be transported to the crime lab intact, so EMS crews were called to handle the delicate and disturbing task. When forensic specialists finally opened the suitcase at the lab, they found Jasmine Pace's remains inside 3 layers of bags. Her body bore the evidence of the 60 stab wounds that had ended her life. She had been handcuffed and shackled, her ankles bound to her right arm in a position that reduced her to an object that could be more easily hidden away. The medical examiner noted that she had been menstruating when she died, and the menstrual pad found with her remains matched one discovered by the dumpster at Jason's apartment building. Even in death, indignities were heaped upon her, her body dismembered and discarded like refuse along a lonely stretch of road by the river. The investigation continued to build its case till 2024. Forensic analysts processed the extensive evidence collected from apartment 210, from the suitcase, and from Jason Chen's belongings. Blood testing confirmed that the extensive staining found throughout the apartment belonged to Jasmine Pace. Investigator Zach Crawford, a homicide detective with the Chattanooga Police Department, testified that the blood test had been fast-tracked given the urgency of the case. The fragments of broken glass, the moved furniture, the abundance of cleaning supplies, the deleted text messages, the hidden SIM card, the location data, the Walmart receipt, the handcuffs and shackles. Each piece of evidence added another strand to the web of proof that would eventually ensnare Jason Chin. Due to the extensive publicity surrounding the case in the Chattanooga area, the decision was made to bring in a jury from Nashville. On January 13, 2025, more than 2 years after Jasmine's murder, the trial of Jason Chin began in Hamilton County. District Attorney Cody Womp delivered her opening statement, bringing out the suitcase itself and placing it before the jury, a tangible reminder of how Jasmine's life had ended and how her remains had been treated. Womp methodically laid out the prosecution's case: the 60 stab wounds, the SIM card found with Chun in Nashville, his fingerprints on the trash bag containing Pace's body, and the extensive forensic evidence from the apartment. The first witness called by the prosecution was Katrina Bean, who recounted the nightmare of her daughter's disappearance. She testified about their close relationship, about her growing panic when Jasmine didn't respond to messages, and about her desperate decision to break into Jason Chen's apartment. The defense seized on this, later suggesting that Katrina and other family members had staged a crime scene by their presence in the apartment. Jasmine's father, Travis Pace, would later testify for the defense, expressing concerns about how his ex-wife had described certain events, saying they remembered it differently. These attempts to muddy the waters of evidence, however, could not overcome the weight of forensic science and digital records. Defense attorney Josh Weiss made a remarkable admission in his opening statement. Jason Chun had indeed killed Jasmine Pace. However, Weiss argued that his client should be convicted of a lesser charge, claiming the death was a crime of passion rather than premeditated murder. He presented the narrative of Jasmine discovering the Tinder notifications, becoming angry, and attacking Jason first with a broken wine bottle. The defense claimed Jason had kicked her, causing her to fall, and that she then picked up a wine glass and pursued him before he grabbed the knife in what Weiss characterized as panic and self-defense. Weiss told the jury directly, "Jason Chin is guilty, but not of the crime he is charged with." The prosecution dismantled this narrative piece by piece. The sheer number of stab wounds indicated that there had been ample time for Jason to have contemplated and ended the attack, contradicting any claim of a momentary blackout or loss of control. The handcuffs and shackles suggested premeditation, not panic. The timeline of Chen's movements on November 23rd, traced through security footage and cell phone data, showed calculated actions rather than the confusion of someone traumatized by an accidental killing. The purchase of cleaning supplies, the disposal of clothing in the dumpster, the hiding of Jasmine's SIM card, the transport of her body to a remote location by the river. Each action spoke of someone attempting to evade justice for a crime they knew they had committed. Over multiple days, the jury heard testimony from investigators, forensic specialists, and family members. They viewed the disturbing photographs of the crime scene, seeing the blood-stained carpet and the evidence of violence that had occurred in apartment 210. They saw images of how Jasmine's body had been found, handcuffed and shackled inside the suitcase, though these particularly graphic photos were handled with care given their disturbing nature. They listened to Courtney Brewer describe hearing the altercation in the early morning hours of November 23rd, the sounds of people running toward the apartment door at 2:11 a.m. They examined the Walmart receipt, the cleaned apartment, the moved furniture, and the broken glass. On January 20th, 2025, after hearing all the evidence and deliberating on the case, the jury from Williamson County reached their verdict. They found Jason Chin guilty of first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse. The deliberation had taken less than an hour. The same jury was then tasked with determining Chen's sentence, choosing between life without parole and parole after 50 years. The death penalty was not an option in this case. During the sentencing phase, the courtroom became a space for grief and rage to find their voice. Katrina Bean provided tearful testimony about the daughter she had lost, the young woman whose absence left a void that could never be filled. At one point, observers noted that Jason Chen himself wiped his eyes, though whether from genuine remorse or self-pity remained unclear. Jasmine's older sister, Gabby Pace, delivered an impact statement that spoke of her sister's dreams and aspirations. Jasmine had wanted nothing more than to have children of her own, Gabby testified, and had talked often about what kind of mother she would be. Dreams that Jason Chen had stolen from her forever. Jason Chen's mother also testified during the sentencing, her own tears falling as she described her son. She insisted he was a good person and expressed hope that Jasmine's family might consider giving him a chance to live his life anew. This plea for mercy met with stony silence from the Pace family, who had listened to days of evidence about what Jason had done to their beloved Jasmine. The jury deliberated on the sentence for less than an hour before returning with their decision. The verdict had to be unanimous, and it was. Jason Chin would spend the rest of his life behind bars, with no possibility of parole. He would never walk free again, never have the chance to rebuild a life while Jasmine remained forever 22, forever silenced, forever denied the future she had dreamed of. The case of Jasmine Pace stands as a stark reminder of intimate partner violence and the devastating consequences when love curdles into possession and rage. A young woman full of life and promise, close to her family and looking toward her future, was brutally murdered by someone she had trusted enough to visit late at night. Her mother's desperate search, her family's refusal to let her disappearance be forgotten, and the tireless work of investigators brought justice, though justice could never bring Jasmine back. The suitcase by the Tennessee River, the 60 stab wounds, the handcuffs and shackles, the cleaned apartment and hidden SIM card. These details tell a story of violence, of cover-up, and ultimately of a legal system that worked to hold a killer accountable for his actions. For the Pace family, the verdict and sentence brought a measure of closure, but the pain of their loss remains, as fresh and raw as the November night in 2022, when Jasmine drove her Chevy Equinox to Tremont Street for the last time. Story 5. The summer morning of August 25th, 2013, dawned bright and hot over Bakersfield, California, a city in the agricultural heart of the San Joaquin Valley, where temperatures regularly soared above 100 degrees and vast fields of almonds stretched toward distant horizons. In a comfortable home in one of Bakersfield's middle-class neighborhoods, 45-year-old Todd Chance prepared to start what should have been an ordinary Sunday. He was a devoted father, a hard-working man who had built a stable life with his wife Leslie, known professionally as Genia Chance, an elementary school principal respected in the community for her dedication to education. They had been married for 17 years and were raising 2 daughters together, along with Leslie's daughter from a previous relationship who considered Todd her true father. By all outward appearances, the Chance family embodied the American dream. Successful careers, loving children, a beautiful home, and a future full of promise. But beneath that carefully constructed facade, secrets festered and tensions simmered, invisible to neighbors and friends who would later struggle to comprehend the horror that was about to unfold. Todd Chance would never return home that Sunday morning, and the mystery of what happened to him would set in motion an investigation that would consume years, divide a family, and ultimately reveal a murder plot so calculated and cold-blooded that it shocked even seasoned homicide detectives. At approximately 9:27 in the morning, workers in an almond grove located roughly 15 miles west of Bakersfield made a discovery that would shatter the peaceful Sunday quietness of Kern County. Among the orderly rows of almond trees, in a field off Enos Lane and Noriega Road, they found a man's body lying on the ground. The workers immediately called emergency services, their voices urgent with the shock of stumbling upon death in a place meant for cultivation and growth. When deputies from the Kern County Sheriff's Office arrived at the scene, they found a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, clearly deceased, his body bearing the unmistakable marks of violence. The victim's wallet was still in his possession, which immediately ruled out robbery as a motive and allowed officers to quickly identify him as Todd Chance, a local resident. His cell phone was found approximately 40 feet from his body, as though it had been tossed aside or had fallen during a struggle. Former Kern County Sheriff's Coroner Janelle Molina examined the body and found devastating injuries that told a brutal story. Todd had been shot twice in the chest at point-blank range with what appeared to be a .38 caliber revolver. One of the bullets had passed through his right hand before continuing into his chest, creating what investigators recognized as a defensive wound. Todd had raised his hand in a desperate attempt to protect himself from the gunfire. The field workers told investigators that they had last driven through that area around 7:30 that morning and had seen nothing unusual, which meant Todd's body had been dumped there sometime after that time, likely within just a few hours of being discovered. The investigation took on greater urgency when detectives realized that Todd's prized possession, his beloved black 2011 Ford Mustang, was nowhere to be found. The flashy vehicle was distinctive and would be easy to spot, leading investigators to initially theorize that perhaps Todd had been the victim of a carjacking gone tragically wrong. But as they dug deeper into the circumstances, that theory began to crumble. Why would a carjacker leave behind the victim's wallet and phone? Why dump the body in such a specific location? The coroner's assessment was chilling and unambiguous. This was a planned and considered murder, not a random act of violence. Deputies made their way to the Chance home to deliver the devastating news to Leslie and her daughters. When they arrived, Leslie told them that Todd had left the house around 7:30 that morning, saying he planned to attend a gun show with his father. She seemed shocked and distraught by the news of her husband's death, a widow suddenly confronted with incomprehensible loss. But when investigators contacted Todd's father to verify the story, he contradicted Leslie's account entirely. There had been no plans to attend any gun show that day. This discrepancy immediately raised red flags, transforming what might have been a straightforward notification into the beginning of a complex investigation where nothing was quite as it seemed. The break in the case came when Todd's missing Mustang was located in a neighborhood in southwest Bakersfield, abandoned but otherwise intact. The keys were still inside the vehicle, along with something far more ominous: the murder weapon, a .38 caliber revolver that was soon identified as coming from Todd's own gun collection. The car had been thoroughly cleaned with bleach, an obvious attempt to eliminate DNA evidence, though forensic technicians were still able to recover some samples. Most significantly, they found a single fingerprint on the driver's side door, a fingerprint that belonged to Leslie Chance. Investigators began canvassing the neighborhood where the Mustang had been abandoned, searching for witnesses and security camera footage that might provide clues about who had driven the car there. What they found was remarkable. Multiple witnesses reported seeing a middle-aged woman wearing a baseball cap with her hair tucked inside and large sunglasses exit Todd's vehicle. She had been carrying a bag and a red backpack, and she walked away from the car with purpose, as though following a predetermined plan. Security footage from various businesses in the area captured grainy images of this mysterious woman, though the quality was poor enough that positive identification was difficult. Detectives painstakingly pieced together the woman's movements through a mosaic of surveillance videos from different locations. The footage showed her walking from where the Mustang was abandoned toward a nearby Starbucks. More remarkably, security cameras at a hardware store across from the Starbucks captured her disposing of clothing behind stacked bags of soil, apparently changing her outfit to avoid detection. Unfortunately, by the time investigators discovered this footage, the garbage had already been collected and transported to a landfill, and the evidence was lost forever. The trail continued as cameras captured the woman taking a taxi from the area, and additional footage showed the cab dropping her off near the Chance residence. The investigation seemed to stall at this point. The physical evidence was largely circumstantial, and while suspicion naturally fell on Leslie Chance, prosecutors didn't feel they had enough to charge her with murder. The case grew cold, the file gathering dust while Todd's family grieved and demanded answers that seemed impossible to obtain. Then in 2016, 3 years after Todd's murder, investigators reopened the case with fresh eyes and new determination. What they discovered was chilling in its implications. The previous year, in the summer of 2012, the Chance family had taken a vacation to Las Vegas. While there, they had visited something called the CSI Experience, an interactive exhibit based on the popular television crime show that allowed visitors to examine mock crime scenes and learn about forensic investigation techniques. It was meant to be entertainment, a fun family activity during a vacation in Sin City. But prosecutors would later argue that for Leslie Chance, it was something else entirely, a training ground, a place to gather tips and techniques about how to commit the perfect murder. The parallels between scenarios demonstrated at the CSI experience and the actual circumstances of Todd's murder were too striking to be coincidental. One of the fictional scenarios visitors encountered involved a woman shooting her ex-husband in a secluded area and leaving his corpse at the scene. The use of bleach to eliminate DNA evidence, the careful disposal of clothing, the selection of a remote location for dumping the body, all of these elements had been part of the interactive exhibit. Prosecutors would later describe it as Leslie attending murder school in Las Vegas, learning the techniques she would later employ to kill her husband and attempt to evade justice. But what could possibly motivate an accomplished elementary school principal, a woman entrusted with shaping young minds and serving as a role model in her community, to murder the father of her children? The answer lay in the secrets that Todd had been keeping, messages hidden in his phone that Leslie had apparently discovered. Investigators searching through Todd's digital communications found that in 2012, he had begun corresponding with his ex-fiancée, Carrie Williams, through Facebook Messenger. The messages started innocently enough but quickly became flirtatious, then explicit, with Todd sending intimate photographs and asking Carrie about the possibility of them getting together. To her credit, Carrie had declined his advances, telling him firmly, "No way, married man." But the messages represented a betrayal of his marriage vows, and prosecutors theorized that when Leslie discovered this correspondence, rage and humiliation had consumed her. There was also a financial dimension to consider. Leslie earned substantially more money than Todd in her position as an elementary school principal, and the family had been living beyond their means. If they divorced, Leslie would likely be required to pay Todd alimony, a continuous financial drain that would last for years. But if Todd were to die, Leslie would be the beneficiary of his $250,000 life insurance policy. Prosecutors would argue at trial that for Leslie, murder was simply cheaper than divorce, a cold calculation that treated her husband's life as nothing more than a financial problem to be solved. Additional surveillance footage emerged showing Leslie at a Walmart weeks before the murder, inquiring about the location of payphones. The significance of this became clear when investigators realized that the killer would need a way to call a taxi without leaving an electronic trail that could be traced back to their cell phone. Even Leslie's alibi for the morning of the murder began to fall apart under scrutiny. She claimed to have been home using her laptop that morning, an assertion supported by her daughter Samantha, who said she had seen her mother at the computer. But when forensic experts examined the laptop, they found no evidence of any activity during the time frame when Todd was being murdered. Leslie Chance was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The first trial ended in a mistrial due to a conflict of interest between Chance and her trial counsel, forcing prosecutors to try the case all over again. The second trial, which concluded in January 2020, lasted weeks and featured dramatic testimony from witnesses, forensic experts, and even Carrie Williams, Todd's ex-fiancée, who took the stand to describe the rekindled romance that may have triggered the murder. The prosecution's case was built almost entirely on circumstantial evidence, a mosaic of surveillance footage, forensic findings, digital communications, and suspicious behaviors that together painted a damning picture. The defense argued passionately that there was no physical evidence directly linking Leslie to the crime. No DNA, no blood, no injuries observed on her when she was interviewed the day of the murder. They pointed out that the woman in the surveillance footage appeared significantly smaller than Leslie, especially when compared to clear footage of her at Walmart weeks earlier. They maintained that reasonable doubt existed, that the evidence was insufficient to convict, that Leslie was innocent of this terrible crime. But on January 31st, 2020, after deliberating on the evidence, the jury returned with their verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. Leslie Chance, the respected elementary school principal who had dedicated her career to educating children, was convicted of killing her husband of 17 years in cold blood. The courtroom erupted in emotion, with Todd's family weeping with relief that justice had finally been served, while Leslie's supporters protested the verdict. The sentencing hearing, delayed for months due to the coronavirus pandemic and various legal motions, finally took place on September 15, 2020. Todd's mother, Diana Chance, read an emotional statement to the courtroom, sharing memories of her son and thanking the jury for their verdict. Jessica Bullman, Leslie's daughter who had considered Todd her true father, also addressed the court in a heartbreaking statement that revealed the impossible position she found herself in. She spoke about how much she loved Todd and considered him her real father, but also maintained that her mother was innocent and vowed never to give up on her. It was a testament to how this tragedy had torn apart not just one life, but an entire family, forcing children to choose sides and navigate loyalties that should never have been tested. Judge Charles R. Bremer sentenced Leslie Chance to 50 years to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the maximum sentence allowed by law. Leslie's defense attorney, Tony Lidgett, expressed shock at the conviction and immediately began working on an appeal, arguing juror misconduct and failure to properly read jury instructions. Those motions were ultimately dismissed. In 2023, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the conviction, concluding that while law enforcement should have disclosed several interviews to the defense, that error was not significant enough to change the outcome of the trial. The verdict stood, and Leslie Chance would spend the rest of her life behind bars. The case of Todd Chance remains a stark reminder that evil can wear the most respectable of faces, that the person trusted to educate and nurture children can harbor the darkest of intentions. A devoted father was gunned down by the woman who had vowed to love him, killed not in a moment of passion, but as the result of careful planning and cold calculation. The CSI Experience exhibit in Las Vegas, meant to entertain and educate visitors about forensic science, had allegedly been perverted into a blueprint for murder. Surveillance cameras scattered across Bakersfield, installed for security and deterrence, had captured fragments of a killer's movements, providing the crucial evidence needed to bring her to justice. Todd Chance never got to see his daughters grow up, never attended their graduations or walked them down the aisle, never held grandchildren or enjoyed the simple pleasures of growing old. His life was stolen from him on a hot August morning in an almond grove, cut short by bullets fired at point-blank range by someone he had trusted completely. And while justice was eventually served, while his killer now sits in prison paying for her crime, nothing can restore what was taken that day. The future that died along with Todd in that field, the family that was shattered beyond repair, the innocence that was lost when everyone learned that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from the person sleeping beside you. Story 6. The winter darkness of December 6, 2004, still blanketed the city of Knoxville, Tennessee, when the screams began. It was approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, that liminal hour when most of the world sleeps soundly, unaware that evil sometimes moves through unlocked doors and into lives that will never be the same. In an apartment complex in West Knoxville, 21-year-old Johnny Berry was asleep in her bedroom, dreaming perhaps of the future that stretched before her like an open road. She was just weeks away from graduating with her master's degree from East Tennessee State University, a milestone that represented years of dedication and hard work. She had her whole life ahead of her, plans and ambitions and people who loved her, a fiancé waiting for her in Michigan, and a family who cherished every moment with their bright, compassionate daughter. But someone else had plans that night, dark intentions that would transform an ordinary apartment into a crime scene, and a promising young woman into a victim whose name would echo through Tennessee courtrooms and legislative halls for decades to come. Johnny Carolyn Berry had been born on August 14, 1983, growing up in Bristol, Tennessee, where she attended Holston View Elementary School and later became a cheerleader at Bristol, Tennessee High School. She was the kind of person who made an impact on everyone she met, someone who genuinely cared about helping others and worked hard to achieve her goals. After graduating high school in 2001, she had pursued higher education with determination, eventually enrolling in a graduate program that would prepare her for a career making a difference in people's lives. Her mother, Joan Barry, would later describe her daughter as ambitious, hardworking, and deeply compassionate, someone who truly cared for people and loved to assist them. By December 2004, Jania was sharing an apartment at Brendan Park Apartments with her roommate, Jason Imamy. The two were platonic friends, each maintaining their own lives and relationships while splitting rent and navigating the typical challenges of young adults living independently. Jania was engaged to a man who lived in Michigan, and they spoke regularly about their future together. Nothing about their living situation suggested danger, no warning signs that their sanctuary would soon be violated in the most brutal way imaginable. The intruder entered through the back door of the apartment, which had been left unlocked. He moved through the darkness with purpose, initially searching for car keys in what would later be described as an attempted burglary. Items were disturbed, CDs scattered on the back porch, a stereo that would later be found bloodstained beneath a tree beside the apartment building, a hat left lying on Jania's bed that belonged to neither her nor her roommate. But something went terribly wrong that night, or perhaps something had been wrong from the beginning, and the burglary transformed into something far more sinister. The intruder entered Jania's bedroom where she slept, and the violence that erupted was shocking in its ferocity. He attacked her with a small steak knife, stabbing her repeatedly as she fought desperately for her life. The force of the assault was so brutal that the knife's handle broke and the blade bent, damaged beyond recognition by the sheer violence of hitting bone again and again. Detective Emilyn Delgado of the Knox County Sheriff's Office would later describe seeing the weapon and understanding immediately how violent the attack had been, how much force had been used to inflict such damage. Jania's screams woke Jason Imamy, who emerged from his own bedroom to find a nightmare unfolding in his home. The intruder turned on him as well, stabbing him before Jason managed to break free and flee the apartment. Wounded and terrified, he ran to a nearby convenience store and called 911, his voice urgent with the horror of what he had witnessed. He gave authorities a description of the attacker, approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing around 150 pounds, a stranger he had never seen before. Meanwhile, Jania, gravely wounded and bleeding profusely, somehow found the strength to crawl from her apartment. She banged desperately on 5 neighbors' doors, pleading for help, but incredibly, no one answered. The indifference of those neighbors, whether from fear or confusion or simple unwillingness to get involved, meant that precious minutes ticked away while Jania bled. When first responders finally arrived, they found her lying face down, just inside the entryway of the apartment complex, clinging to life. The paramedics worked frantically to stabilize her, rushing her into an ambulance and speeding toward the hospital with sirens wailing through the pre-dawn darkness. But Jania Barry died in that ambulance before reaching the emergency room, her life slipping away before she could receive the treatment that might have saved her. The autopsy would reveal the full extent of the horror she had endured. Jania had been stabbed approximately 26 times, with wounds covering her neck, head, face, chest, back, and legs. The sheer number of wounds spoke to the frenzied nature of the attack, and detectives immediately believed this was personal, that the assailant must have known Jania and wanted her dead. They focused their initial investigation on her closest circle of family and friends, looking for someone with a motive to commit such a brutal crime. Her fiancé was quickly cleared after cell phone records confirmed he was 700 miles away in Michigan at the time of the murder. Investigators then scrutinized Jason Imamy more closely, wondering if perhaps there had been unreported tension in the living situation, some romantic interest or conflict that had escalated to violence. But Jason maintained that there had been no romantic relationship between them, and no evidence emerged to contradict his account. The crime scene yielded crucial physical evidence that would take years to properly analyze and connect to a suspect. The broken kitchen knife was stained with blood from 3 people, Jania Barry, Jason Imamy, and a third unknown individual who was presumed to be the killer. The killer had stepped in Jania's blood, leaving a footprint in Imamy's room and a blood trail that led out the back door and down the porch steps. There was a fingerprint on the broken knife's handle, pressed into Jania's blood. But without a suspect to compare the DNA and fingerprint evidence against, the case began to stall. For Jania's parents, Joan and Michael Berry, the days after their daughter's murder were consumed by grief and a desperate need for answers. They called the detectives every single day, driven by a fear that the case was going cold, that the sheriff's office wasn't doing enough. In reality, as they would later learn, detectives were working the case tirelessly, following every lead and tip, searching databases for DNA matches, but the breakthrough they needed remained frustratingly out of reach. The following spring, Joan Berry made a decision that would define the rest of her life. She would become her daughter's voice, an advocate who would not rest until justice was served. Joan organized a protest. On July 14, 2006, more than 50 people gathered outside the city-county building, their presence a powerful statement that Jania's life mattered and her murder would not be forgotten. Joan received unexpected support from an ally with significant resources, Food City President and CEO Steve Smith, a family friend who was moved by the family's plight. On August 6, 2006, large posters featuring Jania's photo, a suspect sketch, and tip contact information began appearing on 50 of the company's semi-trucks, traveling across the region and broadcasting the case to thousands of people. For the next year, the Berry family continued their search for answers, holding events on what would have been Jania's birthdays, distributing flyers throughout the community, and keeping the case in the public eye through sheer determination and tireless advocacy. The breakthrough finally came in July 2007, nearly 3 years after Jania's murder, in a way that no one could have anticipated. Deputies picked up a 22-year-old man named Taylor Lee Olson for a probation violation on an unrelated matter. As part of routine processing, they took a DNA sample, which was entered into the database and compared against unsolved crimes. The results were stunning. Olson's DNA matched the third blood sample from Jania Berry's apartment, the blood presumed to belong to her killer. Further testing revealed that Olson's fingerprints matched the one found on the broken knife's handle, the print made in Jania's blood. Detectives Brad Hall and Emilyn Delgado presented this evidence to a grand jury, and on September 24, 2007, Taylor Lee Olson was indicted on 7 charges: felony murder, first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and aggravated burglary. When questioned, Olson initially denied any involvement in Berry's death. But eventually, under pressure from overwhelming physical evidence, he admitted to entering Berry's apartment through the unlocked back door. According to his statement to officials, he claimed he was looking for car keys during an attempted theft, implying that the murder had been an accident, violence that erupted during a burglary gone wrong. For Joan and Michael Berry, the arrest brought a complicated mix of emotions: relief that someone had finally been charged, but also anguish that it had taken nearly 3 years, and uncertainty about whether they would truly see justice served. Jones, one of the prosecutors, stated he felt comfortable with the case against Olson, and noted there was no evidence to suggest Olson had known anyone in the apartment, supporting the theory of a random burglary. The trial was initially scheduled for March 2008. Joan and Michael prepared themselves for what they knew would be an emotionally grueling ordeal, expecting the trial to last between 4 to 6 weeks. Olson's defense attorney, Gregory P. Isaacs, requested delays and more time for forensic testing, a common stall tactic that nevertheless grated on the Berry family's nerves. Isaacs intended to point the finger at another suspect, Noah Thomas Cox, a friend of Olson's and a petty thief. A third acquaintance named Augustine Joseph Leone had told authorities that Noah Cox had confessed to him that he killed Jania Berry during a botched burglary. But if Cox had ever set foot in Berry's apartment, he left no fingerprints, no blood, no hair, not a single trace of physical evidence. The trial date never arrived. On March 24, 2008, Taylor Lee Olson was found dead in his jail cell from an apparent suicide. Authorities reported that Olson had displayed no indications of suicidal behavior and had been monitored hourly while alone in his cell, making his death all the more shocking. He left behind a suicide note that maintained his innocence, shifting blame to Noah Thomas Cox and claiming that Cox was the one responsible for killing Johnny Aberry. The note declared, "I am no murderer," and insisted, "I was not there when anyone was harmed." Gregory Isaacs later stated that Olson had been adamant from the beginning that he did not kill Johnny Aberry, that Noah Cox was in the room when the homicide took place. But prosecutors found no grounds for a case against Cox, and the district attorney's office eventually declared the case closed with a memo stating, "There exists nothing concrete that would place anyone other than Taylor Olson and the victims at the crime scene." For Joan and Michael Berry, Olson's suicide meant that closure would forever remain incomplete. There would be no trial, no conviction, no opportunity to see the person responsible for their daughter's death held accountable in a court of law. Joan Berry would later say, "I definitely think the person responsible for Johnny's death is Taylor Olson," but she would never have the satisfaction of hearing a jury pronounce him guilty. Isaacs himself acknowledged the tragedy of the situation. "Although it's been closed, I don't know that the case offers closure to anyone involved. It's one of those unfortunate crimes that will never be completely solved." But Joan Berry refused to let her daughter's death be in vain. She channeled her grief into advocacy, working with state lawmakers to create the Johnny Aberry Act of 2007, legislation that mandated anyone charged with a violent crime must provide a DNA sample. Previously, only those convicted of felonies were required to submit samples, meaning dangerous criminals could potentially evade identification for years. The bill was unanimously passed by the Tennessee General Assembly on May 23, 2007, a testament to the impact of Joan's tireless advocacy. The case of Johnny Aberry remains a stark reminder of how quickly violence can destroy not just a single life, but ripple outward to devastate families and communities. A young woman who had worked hard to build a future, who cared deeply about others and had so much to offer the world, was taken in a senseless act of violence by someone who entered her home uninvited and left her bleeding in a hallway where neighbors failed to answer her desperate pleas for help. The physical evidence pointed definitively to Taylor Lee Olson as her killer, but his suicide ensured that the full truth of what happened that December morning would never be known, that questions would linger forever about whether he acted alone or had help, whether it truly was a burglary gone wrong or something more calculated. Yet from that tragedy emerged something meaningful, legislative changes that have helped solve other crimes and bring other families closure, a non-profit organization that has supported countless victims and their loved ones, and the enduring legacy of a mother's love that refused to accept silence or inaction in the face of injustice. Johnny Aberry's life was stolen from her, but her name lives on in laws that protect others and in the memory of everyone who knew her compassion and ambition. And though Taylor Lee Olson escaped earthly justice through his suicide, the evidence of his guilt remains undeniable, preserved in blood and DNA and fingerprints that tell a story his suicide note could never erase. Story 7. The morning of November 8, 2001, began like countless others in State College, Pennsylvania, a picturesque college town nestled in the mountains of central Pennsylvania, home to Penn State University and a community that prided itself on safety and neighborly civility. 33-year-old Amy Homan McGee rose early that Thursday, preparing for another day at her job with Verizon Wireless, where she worked as a customer service representative. She had 2 young children, a career she was building, and dreams of a future free from the nightmare that her marriage had become. But Amy would never make it to work that day, and the life she had fought so desperately to reclaim would end in a single devastating moment of violence that had been building for years. Amy Homan had met Vincent McGee in 1997, and like so many love stories that turn tragic, theirs began with promise and passion. She fell for him completely, believing she had found the man with whom she would spend the rest of her life. They married and built a home together, starting a family and creating what looked from the outside like an ordinary American household. But behind closed doors, a darker reality was taking shape, one that Amy's family and friends would only gradually come to understand as the warning signs accumulated like storm clouds on a darkening horizon. The abuse started subtly, as it so often does, with controlling behaviors and put-downs that chipped away at Amy's self-esteem. Vincent monitored where she went and who she spoke to, isolating her from friends and family. He criticized her appearance, her work, her parenting, eroding her sense of worth with a steady drip of contempt disguised as concern. Then came the threats, casual at first, offhand comments about what he might do if she ever tried to leave him, escalating over time into explicit promises of violence. He threatened to burn down their house, to kill her, to make sure she would never escape. And when words weren't enough to maintain control, he used his hands, choking her, breaking things in their home, creating an atmosphere of terror where Amy never knew which version of her husband would walk through the door each evening. Amy tried to hide the abuse, as victims so often do, ashamed and afraid of what others might think, convinced somehow that she could manage the situation if she just tried harder, loved better, stayed quieter. Her co-workers noticed she was sometimes late or would have to leave unexpectedly, that she called off work more frequently than before. They saw bruises on her arms that she explained away with unlikely stories about accidents and clumsiness. She told colleagues that she hadn't been hit by a softball during a game, but rather by Vincent's fist, a confession that perhaps marked a turning point in her willingness to acknowledge the truth of her situation. By September 2001, the violence had escalated to a point where it could no longer be contained within the walls of their home. On September 1st, Amy's father, Garth Homan, made a desperate call to the state college police, seeking help because his drunk son-in-law was out of control. The incident forced Amy to confront what she had been denying for so long. She was not safe in her own home, and her children were growing up in an environment poisoned by violence and fear. Her parents urged her to go to the police station with them, and in the parking lot, sitting in the car, they tried to convince her to go inside and tell officers what was really happening. It took courage Amy wasn't sure she possessed, but finally she agreed. The officer she spoke with recognized immediately that Amy was in danger. He strongly urged her to obtain a protection from abuse order, Pennsylvania's legal mechanism for protecting domestic violence victims. Amy agreed, and the officer took her before a local magistrate where an emergency protective order was issued. The order mandated that Vincent relinquish all his weapons, that he be evicted from the residence, and that he have no contact whatsoever with Amy until a full hearing could be scheduled. Officers went to the house to serve the order and remove Vincent, taking his guns into police custody. For the first time in years, Amy could breathe freely in her own home. But Vincent's rage at being controlled, at having his power stripped away, manifested almost immediately. While officers were still at the house, while Amy was still at the police station, Vincent called her, his voice angry and demanding. "Why are you doing this to me?" he asked. "And why did you take my guns from me?" The judge who overheard this violation of the protective order couldn't believe the audacity. The judge said, "Don't have any contact with her, and while we're still here, you're calling her and continuing this abuse." Officers immediately arrested Vincent for contempt of court and violation of the protective order. At the hearing the next day, the judge held Vincent in contempt but sentenced him only to time served, the few hours he had already spent in jail. The leniency of the sentence sent a troubling message about how seriously the court system was willing to treat violations of protective orders. Nevertheless, the emergency protection gave Amy a brief window of safety that would expire on Monday, December 21st. If she wanted the protection to continue, she would need to go back to court and request an extension. Amy did exactly that, appearing before the magistrate on December 21st and outlining 9 months of abuse in painful detail. She described Vincent pulling the baby out of her arms during arguments, choking her until she couldn't breathe, smashing objects throughout their house, threatening to burn it down with them inside, and repeatedly promising to kill her. The magistrate granted the extension, and the protective order remained in force. Then just 1 week later, something inexplicable happened. On December 28th, Amy and Vincent appeared together before the judge, asking that the protection order be dropped. The scene was surreal. This woman who had just recounted 9 months of escalating violence, who had described being choked and threatened with death, now sat beside her abuser in the courtroom, telling the judge she was no longer afraid and asking that Vincent be given his guns back. The dynamics of domestic violence were on full display. The cycle of abuse and reconciliation, the power Vincent still wielded over Amy even when they were separated, the false hope that perhaps he had changed, that things would be different this time. The court had no choice but to comply with Amy's request. The protective order was dismissed, and Vincent McGee got his guns back. In October, before the protective order was ever issued, an incident occurred that should have served as a final, undeniable warning of how dangerous Vincent had become. Pennsylvania State Police from the Bedford Barracks were called to an incident on State Route 220. Amy and Vincent had been driving together when a heated argument erupted. In the middle of that argument, while the vehicle was in motion, Vincent pulled out a handgun and fired it through the passenger window of the vehicle. The police report documented the discharge of a firearm during a domestic dispute, physical evidence of Vincent's willingness to use deadly weapons when angry. Prosecutors wanted to charge him with making terroristic threats, a felony that would have carried serious consequences. But there was a condition on that specific charge. It required the victim's testimony. And Amy, either from fear or misplaced loyalty or sheer exhaustion, would not testify against her husband. Without her testimony, the district attorney declined to prosecute. This became a recurring pattern. Incidents would occur, police would respond, evidence would be documented, but the cases couldn't move forward without Amy's cooperation. And the harsh reality, which prosecutors and advocates understood even if the general public didn't, was that asking a victim to testify against their abuser was asking them to take an enormous risk. No one could guarantee Amy's safety if she testified. No one could promise that Vincent's punishment would be severe enough to prevent retaliation. No one could assure her that the outcome of a trial would make her safer rather than putting her in greater danger. If the system could have made those guarantees, Amy might have found the courage to testify. But it couldn't, and so she stayed silent, and Vincent remained free. The final months of Amy's life were marked by this terrible contradiction. She wanted desperately to escape, but she kept returning to Vincent, drawn back by the complex psychological dynamics that bind victims to their abusers. By November 2001, they were living together again, the protective order dismissed, the guns returned, the cycle repeating. Vincent had become even more controlling, usually driving Amy to work each day and picking her up, monitoring her movements, ensuring she had no opportunity to make plans he didn't know about. On November 8th, for reasons that were never fully explained, Vincent allowed Amy to drive herself to work that morning. What happened next would be recounted by Vincent himself in the moments after it occurred. That Thursday morning, Vincent shot Amy in their state college home. Then he ran out the door toward Amy's parents and their 2 children, who were waiting outside the house for Amy. His words were chilling in their matter-of-fact delivery. "Someone call 911. I just shot Amy." Emergency responders rushed to the scene, but there was nothing they could do. Amy Holman McGee, 33 years old, a mother, daughter, co-worker, and friend, was dead. The woman who had tried so hard to escape, who had sought help from police and courts and family, who had fought against her abuser, even while being pulled back into his orbit by forces she couldn't fully control, was gone. Vincent McGee was arrested and charged with murder. The trial that followed laid bare the long history of abuse, the multiple chances the system had to intervene more effectively, the warnings that had been ignored or dismissed. The jury found him guilty, and Vincent McGee was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The mandatory sentence meant he would spend the rest of his life behind bars, paying for the murder he had committed after years of escalating violence. But for Amy's family, the conviction brought no comfort, no sense that justice had truly been served. Their daughter was still dead, their grandchildren still motherless, and the question still lingered. Why didn't anyone prevent this? Couldn't it have been prevented? Shouldn't it have been easy to prevent, given all the warning signs Vincent had provided. The case of Amy Homan McGee stands as a devastating example of how domestic violence can escalate to homicide even when victims seek help, even when the system is aware of the danger, even when protective orders are issued and weapons are temporarily confiscated. It exposes the fundamental weakness in a legal framework that requires victim cooperation for prosecution, that returns guns to abusers when protective orders are dismissed, that treats violations of protective orders as minor contempt issues rather than serious criminal offenses. Amy did everything right. She told people what was happening. She went to the police. She obtained a protective order. She tried to leave. And still, Vincent McGee killed her. Her story has become a rallying cry for reform, a case study used to train professionals who work with domestic violence victims, and a reminder that the question is never, why didn't she just leave? But rather, why do we allow abusers to continue terrorizing their victims even after they've been identified and documented as dangerous? Amy Homan McGee's life mattered. Her death was preventable, and her legacy continues in every protocol change, every training session, every victim who receives better support because people learn from the mistakes that cost Amy her life. Vincent McGee sits in prison serving his life sentence, but no amount of incarceration can undo the damage he inflicted or restore the future that Amy should have had. Her children grew up without their mother. Her parents buried a daughter who should have outlived them, and a community learned the hard way that domestic violence is everyone's problem, that intervention requires more than paperwork and good intentions, and that the cost of inaction is measured in lives lost. Story 8. The early morning hours of July 24th, 2015, shattered the humid summer darkness of Jacksonville, Florida, with an urgent call to police that would set in motion one of the most heartbreaking missing child cases the city had ever seen. At exactly 2:22 in the morning, 32-year-old William Reuben Ebron Jr. dialed 911 to report that his car, a 1995 orange Honda Civic, had been stolen from the parking lot of the Ravenwood Apartments on South Old Kings Road. But this was no ordinary car theft. According to Ebron's frantic account, his girlfriend's 21-month-old son, Lonzie Barton, had been asleep in the back seat when an unknown person jumped into the vehicle and drove away with the toddler still inside. The story Ebron told police had the terrible urgency of every parent's nightmare. He explained that he had been preparing to pick up his girlfriend, 25-year-old Lana Lorimore Barton, from her job as a dancer at Wacko's Gentlemen's Club on Emerson Street. Around 2 in the morning, he had gathered Lonzie and the boy's 5-year-old sister, loading both children into the Honda Civic for the short drive to the club. But before leaving the apartment complex, Ebron realized he had forgotten something inside and had to run back to retrieve it, leaving the car running in the parking lot with the 2 children still buckled in their seats. According to his account, Lonzie's sister had become frightened being left alone and had climbed out of the car to follow Ebron back into the apartment building. When they returned to the parking lot just moments later, the orange Honda was gone, disappearing into the night with little Lonzie still inside. Ebron claimed he had tried to chase after the vehicle on foot but couldn't catch it, and that's when he called police to report the abduction. An Amber Alert was immediately issued for Lonzie Barton, described as a beautiful toddler with bright eyes and an angelic face that would soon become heartbreakingly familiar to everyone in Jacksonville. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office mobilized a massive search operation, deploying officers throughout the city to look for the stolen orange Honda and the precious child inside. Within hours, the vehicle was located, abandoned and empty, but there was no sign of Lonzie. The discovery sent a chill through the investigation. If the car thief had simply wanted the vehicle, why take the child? And where was he now? As dawn broke over Jacksonville that Friday morning, the community began to rally around the search for Lonzie. Volunteers joined law enforcement officers, combing through neighborhoods, searching ponds and wooded areas, knocking on doors to ask if anyone had seen anything suspicious. Local news stations broadcast Lonzie's photo continuously, showing the cherubic toddler with his innocent smile, a child who should have been safe at home in his bed, not missing under circumstances that made less sense with each passing hour. But even as the public search intensified, investigators were beginning to have serious doubts about William Ebron's story. Something about his account didn't add up, and detectives started scrutinizing every detail of his timeline. Late on July 24th, just hours after Lonzi was reported missing, police arrested Ebron on 2 counts of child neglect. They had discovered he had been using drugs, and more disturbing revelations were emerging about the condition Lonzi had been in before his disappearance. By July 25th, investigators made a public statement that sent shockwaves through the community. They believed William Ebron was lying about the abduction, that there had never been a car thief, that Ebron knew far more about Lonzi's disappearance than he was admitting. Security camera footage from the apartment complex told a very different story than the one Ebron had provided. The video showed him staging the theft of his own car, deliberately placing it in a location where it would be found, creating a false narrative to cover up something far more sinister. For Lana Lorimore Barton, the news that her son was missing came in the middle of her shift at the club. She had left Lonzi in Ebron's care, trusting her boyfriend to watch her children while she worked the overnight shift, a job she depended on to survive. Lana was a troubled young woman with a history of drug addiction, someone who had made choices that many would judge harshly, but who loved her children in the complicated way that addicted parents often do. Imperfectly, inconsistently, but genuinely. She had met Ebron when she was working as a stripper at Wacko's, and he was known among the dancers as someone who could supply drugs. Their relationship had formed around that shared addiction, a toxic connection that would have the most devastating consequences imaginable. When Lana learned that Lonzi was missing, she cooperated with police, answering their questions and insisting that her son had been alive when she left for work. She maintained that Ebron had driven her to the club with Lonzi in the back seat, that she had seen her baby boy sleeping peacefully as she kissed him goodbye before her shift. But as the investigation progressed and more evidence emerged, authorities began to question whether Lana was telling the entire truth about what she knew. The search for Lonzi Barton consumed Jacksonville for months. Day after day, week after week, police and volunteers searched every possible location where a small child might be found. They drained ponds, combed through wooded areas, followed up on hundreds of tips from the public, each one raising hopes that maybe, somehow, Lonzi would be found alive. But as summer turned to fall and fall gave way to winter, those hopes dimmed with each passing day. On August 18, 2015, nearly a month after Lonzi's disappearance, Lana Lorimore Barton was arrested. She was charged with child neglect and lying to police, allegations that suggested authorities believed she had known more than she admitted about the circumstances surrounding her son's disappearance. The charges were devastating, transforming Lana from a grieving mother into a suspect, someone whose actions or inactions may have contributed to whatever terrible fate had befallen her child. In September, both Lana and Lonzi's biological father, Christopher Aaron Barton, were arrested in Baker County on drug charges. The case was revealing the deeply troubled world that little Lonzi had been born into, a world of addiction, poverty, and adults whose own demons left them unable to properly care for the innocent child depending on them. It painted a picture of a toddler who had never had a fair chance, who had been failed by almost every adult in his life long before that July night when he disappeared. In November 2015, shocking evidence emerged when investigators revealed that Lana had told police she believed her son had overdosed. The statement suggested that Lonzi may have accidentally ingested drugs left accessible by the adults caring for him, a horrifying scenario that would explain why Ebron had panicked and lied about what happened. But without Lonzi's body, without physical evidence of what had actually occurred, the truth remained frustratingly out of reach. For 172 days, the question of what happened to Lonzi Barton haunted Jacksonville. Then, on January 11, 2016, the same day a jury was scheduled to be seated for William Ebron's trial, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office made a grim announcement. They had found remains that they strongly believed belonged to Lonzi Barton. The discovery came only because Ebron, facing overwhelming evidence and the prospect of a lengthy trial, had finally broken his months-long silence and led police to the location where he had hidden the child's body. In a remote wooded area near Bayard, off Phillips Highway in Florida Route 9B, beneath a pile of discarded tires and trash, investigators recovered what was left of Lonzy Barton. His tiny remains had been exposed to the elements for nearly 6 months, decomposing in the Florida heat and humidity, making it nearly impossible for medical examiners to determine a definitive cause of death. The skeletal remains were so fragmented that they had to be collected in 11 brown paper bags, a heartbreaking detail that underscored how little remained of the beautiful child whose face had dominated news coverage for months. With the discovery of Lonzy's body came Ebron's confession, though it came with a story that strained credulity. He claimed that Lonzy had drowned in the bathtub on the night he disappeared, that the child had been left alone in the water while Ebron and Lana were in another room. According to this version of events, they had emerged to find Lonzy unresponsive in the tub, and Ebron had panicked, hiding the body and fabricating the car theft story to cover up what he claimed was a tragic accident. But the autopsy report told a far more disturbing story. When medical examiners examined Lonzy's remains, they found evidence of extensive trauma that contradicted the drowning narrative. The toddler had suffered multiple blunt force fractures to his skull around the time of his death. He had at least 8 broken ribs, some of which showed signs of healing, indicating they had been inflicted at different times before he died. There was evidence of previous injuries, including a bruise on his abdomen that experts believed could have been life-threatening, and witnesses had reported seeing Lonzy with bruising on his head and yellow fluid draining from his ears in the days before he disappeared. The medical examiner's report painted a picture of a child who had been systematically abused, beaten repeatedly over time, suffering injuries that should have prompted immediate medical attention, but instead went untreated. Yet despite this evidence of violence, the cause and manner of Lonzy's death were officially ruled as undetermined, because decomposition had been too extensive to establish whether the final injuries were accidental or inflicted, whether he had drowned or died from blunt force trauma. The lack of a definitive cause of death complicated the prosecution's ability to charge either Ebron or Lana with murder, forcing them to accept lesser charges that didn't fully capture the horror of what had happened to Lonzy. On February 5, 2016, William Reuben Ebron Jr. stood before a judge and pleaded guilty to aggravated manslaughter, child neglect, lying to police, and tampering with evidence. In exchange for leading authorities to Lonzy's body and providing testimony, he received a sentence of 20 years in prison without the possibility of parole. During the sentencing hearing, he maintained his story about the bathtub drowning, a narrative that the physical evidence contradicted, but that prosecutors couldn't definitively disprove given the decomposition of Lonzy's remains. On March 4, 2016, Lana Lorimore Barton appeared in court for her own sentencing. She had pleaded guilty to 1 count each of child neglect and lying to police, charges that reflected her failure to protect her son from abuse and her initial false statements to investigators. As part of her plea agreement, she had agreed to testify against Ebron, though that became unnecessary when he decided to plead guilty. The sentencing hearing was emotionally charged, with prosecutors and defense attorneys presenting radically different pictures of Lana's culpability. Assistant State Attorney Rich Mante argued that Lana bore significant responsibility for Lonzy's fate, that she had introduced a known drug dealer into her child's life and had ignored obvious signs of abuse. He pointed to the photographs Ebron had taken of Lonzy's injuries, images he had tried to delete from his phone, but that investigators had recovered. Lana had seen these injuries, had been confronted with evidence that her child was being hurt, but had never sought medical attention or removed Lonzy from danger. Mante told the court that Lonzy clearly had been abused before the day he died, suffering a potentially life-threatening bruise to his abdomen, head injuries, and several broken ribs that were in various stages of healing. Even when Lana cooperated with police, she hadn't volunteered this information. Prosecutors had learned about it from other witnesses and deleted photos, having to confront Lana with the evidence before she acknowledged it. This defendant has acted in her own self-interest from the moment this case began, Mante stated, adding a sentence that captured the fundamental tragedy. But if not for this defendant, that child would have never met Reuben Ebron. Lana's defense attorney, Kevin Carlisle, presented a different narrative. He maintained that Lonzy had been alive when Lana left for work, that the child had been in the back seat of Ebron's car when he dropped her off at the club. Carlisle argued that Ebron was lying about Lana's involvement out of anger over her decision to accept a plea deal and testify against him. He noted that Lana had never changed her story, unlike Ebron, who had offered multiple conflicting versions of events. Carlisle requested a sentence of just 1 year, arguing that Lana had cooperated with police and had effectively lost all her children, as authorities had taken custody of her 2 surviving kids. But Judge Mark Borello was unmoved by the defense's arguments. He sentenced Lana Lorimore Barton to the maximum allowable term of 5 years in prison. In explaining his decision, Borello stated that the sentence was justified because Lonzy would still be alive if not for Lana's actions. The harsh reality was that regardless of whether she had known Lonzy was dead before going to work that night, regardless of whether she had been present when he died, Lana had created and perpetuated the circumstances that led to her son's death. Later, in Baker County, Lana received an additional 7-year sentence on unrelated drug charges, bringing her total prison time to 12 years. Christopher Aaron Barton, Lonzy's biological father, was also incarcerated on drug charges, meaning that both of the child's parents were serving prison sentences while their son lay in a grave. On April 6, 2016, Lonzy Barton was finally laid to rest in Baker County. In a heartbreaking exception to normal procedures, both of his incarcerated parents were allowed to attend the graveside service under guard. The image of these 2 young people, both imprisoned for crimes directly or indirectly related to their parenting failures, standing over the tiny casket of their child, encapsulated the complete devastation that addiction and neglect had wrought on this family. The medical examiner's final report, released publicly in November 2016, offered few answers but confirmed the terrible abuse Lonzy had suffered. The autopsy documented the skull fractures, the rib fractures both recent and healing, the evidence of blunt trauma that told a story of sustained violence against a defenseless toddler. The toxicology report found no drugs in Lonzy's system, which contradicted the theory that he had accidentally overdosed, but offered no clarity on exactly how he had died. The case of Lonzy Barton and his mother Lana became a symbol of how profoundly drug addiction and poverty can destroy families, how vulnerable children are when the adults responsible for protecting them are consumed by their own demons. Officers who worked the case spoke publicly about how much the investigation had affected them, how the image of Lonzy's innocent face haunted them, how frustrating it had been to search for months knowing that somewhere, that beautiful child was already dead. The truth about what really happened on the night Lonzy died remains known only to those who were present, and their conflicting accounts leave more questions than answers. Did he drown in a bathtub while being neglected, as Ebron claimed? Did he die from the blunt force trauma evidenced by his fractured skull and broken ribs? Was his death the culmination of sustained abuse, or a single catastrophic incident? The decomposition of his remains meant these questions could never be answered with certainty. What is certain is that Lonzy Barton never had a chance. He was born into a world of addiction, placed in the care of adults who were incapable of protecting him, and died alone and in pain before his 2nd birthday. His mother, Lana Lorimore Barton, sits in the Gadsden Correctional Facility near Tallahassee, serving her 12-year sentence with years remaining before she will be released. William Reuben Ebron Jr. is incarcerated at the DeSoto Correctional Institute in Southwest Florida, scheduled to remain there until 2040. And somewhere in Baker County, a small grave marks the final resting place of a 21-month-old boy whose short life was marked by suffering and whose death was the predictable result of a system that failed him at every turn. Story 9. The late summer of 1984 carried a heaviness in Rhode Island. As August faded toward September, and the ocean breezes off Narragansett Bay brought cooler air to replace the humid dog days of midsummer. In the small city of Johnston, just west of Providence, 24-year-old Deborah Stone was navigating life with the kind of struggles that often went unnoticed by those who didn't know her well. To friends and family, Deborah was trying to find her footing, working toward stability in a world that seemed determined to keep pulling her back into darkness. Deborah had grown up in Rhode Island, spending her formative years bouncing between Warwick and Providence. She had earned her general equivalency diploma, a testament to her determination to create a better future for herself despite the obstacles life had thrown in her path. But by the summer of 1984, Deborah had become entangled in the dangerous web of addiction, dependent on drugs that numbed her pain, but also made her vulnerable to predators who traded in human misery. One such predator was Robert D. Jeremia, a man known in certain circles by his street name, Bobby Myers. Jeremia was a drug dealer who operated from his sister's apartment in Johnston, supplying narcotics to users who came and went at all hours. He had developed a reputation for being dangerous, the kind of person you didn't cross, the kind of person who inspired fear, even among those who regularly dealt with criminals. Deborah Stone had become one of his customers, dependent on the substances he provided, trapped in a cycle of need that tied her to a man who saw her as nothing more than a source of profit and, eventually, as a liability. The night of Wednesday, August 29, 1984, began like many others for Deborah. She made her way to Jeremia's sister's apartment in Johnston, seeking the drugs she had come to depend on, arriving to meet with Jeremia in the place where he conducted his illicit business. It was the last time any of her friends or family would hear from her. The last time anyone who loved Deborah Stone would speak to her, hear her voice, know she was alive. Inside that Johnston apartment, something went terribly wrong. Deborah was with Jeremia in his sister's residence. What exactly transpired between them remains known only to those who were there, but the outcome was brutally clear. At some point during the evening or early morning hours, Robert Jeremia wrapped his hands around Deborah Stone's neck and strangled the life from her body. Deborah lying still in Jeremia's bed on the morning of August 30th. She wasn't moving, wasn't breathing. Deborah Stone was dead, murdered by the man who had been supplying her with drugs, the man who held power over her through her addiction. But Jeremia wasn't finished. Now he faced a different problem. A body in his apartment, and the very real possibility of being arrested for murder if Deborah's remains were discovered. Jeremia enlisted the help of the friend, someone he knew would be too afraid to refuse or report what was happening. Together, on that August morning, they carried out a plan to dispose of Deborah's body in a way that Jeremia hoped would prevent anyone from ever connecting her death to him. They placed Deborah's corpse inside a floral-patterned sleeping bag, wrapping her in the fabric as though she were simply going camping rather than being prepared for an underwater grave. To ensure the body would sink and stay hidden beneath the water's surface, they attached a cinder block to the sleeping bag, weighing it down with concrete and purpose. Then they transported Deborah's body to the narrow river in Narragansett, a scenic waterway that wound through one of Rhode Island's most picturesque coastal towns. The narrow river was popular with boaters, kayakers, and fishermen who appreciated its natural beauty and relative tranquility. It was the last place anyone would expect to find a murder victim. Jeremia and his accomplice pushed Deborah's body into the water, watching as the weighted sleeping bag sank beneath the surface, disappearing into the murky depths. They left her there, submerged and silent, and returned to their lives as though nothing had happened. For 3 days, Deborah Stone rested at the bottom of the narrow river, hidden from sight, her death unknown to the family and friends who were beginning to worry about her absence. Then on Sunday, September 2nd, 1984, a group of boaters was enjoying a late summer day on the water when they spotted something disturbing floating near the surface. As they drew closer, they realized with horror that they were looking at a human body wrapped in a sleeping bag. The Narragansett Police Department responded immediately to the scene. Officers pulled Deborah's body from the water, noting the sleeping bag that encased her and the cinder block that had been used to weigh her down. The rope that tied the sleeping bag shut became a crucial piece of evidence, linking the disposal method to witness testimony that would emerge during the investigation. Deborah's body was transported to the state medical examiner's office, where Dr. William Sterner conducted an autopsy to determine the cause and manner of death. Dr. Sterner's findings were unambiguous and deeply disturbing. Deborah Stone had died from asphyxiation due to strangulation. The damage to her neck was extensive, showing clear signs that someone had used their hands or a ligature to cut off her air supply until she died. There were no indications of drug overdose, no signs of accidental death. This was murder, deliberate and violent, and the medical examiner's conclusion would become a cornerstone of the investigation that followed. Detectives with the Narragansett Police Department began interviewing Deborah's friends, family, and associates, trying to piece together her final days and hours. Multiple witnesses told investigators that Deborah had been planning to visit Robert Jeremiah's apartment in Johnston on the evening of August 29th. Others confirmed that she had indeed been there, that they had seen her with Jeremiah that night. When detectives questioned people who knew both Deborah and Jeremiah, a picture began to emerge of a dangerous relationship between a drug dealer and one of his customers, a relationship defined by power, dependency, and ultimately violence. On September 6, 1984, just 4 days after Deborah's body was discovered, investigators brought Robert Jeremiah in for questioning. Jeremiah was cooperative on the surface, willing to speak with police, but his story immediately raised red flags. He claimed that Deborah had indeed been at his sister's apartment on August 29th, but insisted that she had overdosed on drugs while in his care. According to Jeremiah's account, he had brought Deborah back to her own apartment that night, presumably alive, and left her there. He denied any involvement in her death, painting himself as merely an unfortunate witness to an accidental overdose. But Jeremiah's story collapsed under the weight of medical evidence. Dr. Sterner had definitively ruled out death by overdose. The extensive damage to Deborah's neck, the clear signs of strangulation, and the absence of any toxicological findings that would support an overdose conclusion all contradicted Jeremiah's claims. He was lying, and investigators knew it. However, knowing someone is lying and proving they committed murder are two different challenges entirely. The investigation continued throughout the fall of 1984, with detectives following leads and interviewing witnesses. At one point, they believed they had corroborated some aspects of Jeremiah's timeline, and multiple witnesses claimed to have seen Deborah alive on August 31st, 2 days after she had visited Jeremiah's apartment. This testimony seemed to create an alibi for Jeremiah, suggesting that if Deborah was alive on August 31st, he could not have killed her on August 29th. Based on this information, investigators temporarily ruled Jeremiah out as a suspect, though they never entirely closed the case. The breakthrough came in January 1986, more than a year after Deborah's body had been pulled from the Narrow River. A confidential informant came forward with information that would change everything. This person, who had direct knowledge of what happened on the night of August 29th and the morning of August 30th, told investigators that he had been present in Jeremiah's apartment when Deborah died. He revealed that he had seen Deborah's lifeless body in Jeremiah's bed, and crucially, he admitted that he had helped Jeremiah dispose of her remains. In initial interviews, the informant tried to protect himself by claiming that a friend had been the one who helped move the body. But eventually he admitted the truth. He was that friend. He had been there, had participated in wrapping Deborah in the sleeping bag, attaching the cinder block, and dumping her body in the Narrow River. His statement matched evidence from the scene, the rope, the sleeping bag, the method of disposal, and corroborated other witness testimony. The informant also revealed that he had acted out of fear, terrified of what Jeremiah might do to him if he refused to help, or if he ever told anyone what had really happened. Another witness came forward with even more damning information. This person told investigators that she had encountered Jeremiah shortly after Deborah's death, and during their conversation, Jeremiah had made a chilling admission. He said that he had to kill Deborah Stone because she was stealing from him. In Jeremiah's twisted logic, Deborah's theft, whether real or imagined, justified murder. She had become a problem that needed to be eliminated, and he had eliminated her. Despite this wealth of evidence, the medical examiner's conclusion, the informant's detailed account, the witness who heard Jeremiah's confession, and the physical evidence that matched the informant's description, prosecutors faced a significant challenge. The informant was himself implicated in the crime, having helped dispose of Deborah's body. His credibility would be attacked in court. Jeremiah could afford good defense attorneys. And in the 1980s, without DNA evidence or other forensic advances that would come later, securing a conviction in a case that was largely circumstantial was far from guaranteed. The case remained open but unsolved through the late 1980s and into the 1990s. Robert Jeremiah never faced charges for murdering Deborah Stone. He continued living his life, dealing drugs, inspiring fear in those who knew what he was capable of doing. Then in 1995, 11 years after Deborah's death, Robert Jeremiah died of natural causes. Whatever secrets he still held, whatever additional details about that August night he had never revealed, died with him. Justice for Deborah Stone seemed to have died with him as well. Years turned into decades. Deborah's family lived with the knowledge that her killer had been identified but never prosecuted, that the man who strangled their daughter, their sister, their friend, had escaped earthly consequences for his crime. The case file gathered dust and storage, one among hundreds of unsolved murders across Rhode Island, periodically reviewed but never resolved. Then, in 2023, Rhode Island Attorney General Peter F. Noronha established a cold case unit specifically designed to re-examine unsolved homicides using modern investigative techniques, fresh perspectives, and the benefit of time's passage. The unit operated on a simple principle: assume nothing, review everything, and use traditional investigative methods, interviewing witnesses, corroborating testimony, examining physical evidence, to bring closure to families who had waited years or decades for answers. The Cold Case Unit, working in partnership with the Narragansett Police Department, selected Deborah Stone's case for renewed investigation. Over the next 11 months, investigators reviewed all original records from the 1984 investigation, re-examining evidence, rereading witness statements, and looking for connections that might have been missed the first time around. They also undertook the painstaking task of tracking down and interviewing 32 witnesses, people who had been questioned 40 years earlier, and whose memories had been shaped by the passage of 4 decades. What investigators found was remarkable. Despite 40 years passing, all witness statements remained consistent. The people who had told police in 1984 that Deborah visited Jeremiah on August 29th told the same story in 2024. The informant who had come forward in 1986 maintained the same account of what happened in Jeremiah's apartment and how Deborah's body was disposed of. The witness who heard Jeremiah's confession that he had to kill Deborah repeated the same statement. The medical examiner's 1984 conclusion, death by strangulation, had never changed and never would. Every piece of evidence, every witness account, every investigative finding pointed in the same direction. Robert D. Jeremiah had murdered Deborah Stone on August 29, 1984. On Tuesday, October 29, 2025, exactly 41 years and 1 month after Deborah's body was discovered in the Narrow River, Attorney General Peter Noronha stood before reporters and cameras to announce the conclusion of the Cold Case Unit's investigation. Flanked by Narragansett Police Chief Kyle Rakes and other law enforcement officials, Noronha delivered the news that Deborah's family had waited 4 decades to hear officially confirmed. The medical examiner's conclusion that Deborah died by strangulation, coupled with witness statements corroborated by evidence from the scene, establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that Jeremiah murdered Deborah, Noronha announced. The Cold Case Unit had formally concluded its investigation, determining with certainty that Robert D. Jeremiah was responsible for Deborah Stone's death. Though Jeremiah had died in 1995 and could never be prosecuted, the case was now officially solved. Chief Rakes spoke about what the resolution meant for Deborah's family and for the Narragansett Police Department. For over 4 decades, Deborah's family has sought answers after her life was tragically taken too soon, he said. Through the re-examination of evidence and witness interviews, our partnership with the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit has provided closure for all who cherished Deborah. I applaud our detectives and officers, as well as our colleagues in the Attorney General's office, for their relentless dedication to resolving this case. Attorney General Noronha emphasized the importance of bringing resolution to families, even when criminal charges could no longer be filed. We conclude that Robert Jeremiah murdered Deborah Stone on August 29, 1984. He stated clearly and definitively. The formal finding meant that Deborah's case could be moved from the unsolved murder files to the solved column, that her family no longer had to wonder if justice would ever acknowledge what had been done to their loved one. The investigative report, released alongside the announcement, laid out in meticulous detail how investigators had reached their conclusion. It documented the consistency of witness testimony across 40 years, the corroboration between the informant's statement and physical evidence found at the scene, the medical examiner's unequivocal finding that Deborah died by strangulation, and Jeremiah's own admission to a witness that he had killed her. Taken together, the evidence established beyond any reasonable doubt that Robert D. Jeremiah had murdered Deborah Stone because she had allegedly been stealing from him, because she represented a problem he decided to solve with violence. For Deborah's family, the announcement brought a complicated mixture of emotions. There was relief in finally having official confirmation of what many had suspected for decades. There was satisfaction in knowing that Jeremiah's name would forever be attached to this crime, that history would record him as a murderer even if the legal system had never been able to prosecute him. But there was also profound sadness that justice had come too late, that Jeremiah had lived another 11 years after killing Deborah without facing consequences, that 41 years had passed while the family waited for answers. The case of Deborah Stone stands as a testament to the importance of persistence in seeking justice, of never giving up on victims simply because time has passed or suspects have died. The Cold Case Unit's work demonstrated that even 40 years after a murder, even when the killer has been dead for 3 decades, there is value in formally closing a case, in giving families definitive answers, in ensuring that victims are not forgotten and that the truth is finally, officially acknowledged. Robert D. Jeremiah escaped prosecution during his lifetime, but he did not escape history's judgment. His name is now permanently recorded as the murderer of Deborah Stone, a young woman whose life he took on a summer night in 1984 because, in his own words, he had to kill her. That decision, that choice to value his criminal enterprise over a human life, that willingness to strangle a 24-year-old woman and dump her body in a river, defines who Robert Jeremiah was and how he will be remembered. The murder of Deborah Stone is ultimately a story about vulnerability and exploitation, about how addiction can make people targets for predators, about how violence thrives in the shadows of the drug trade. It is also a story about persistence, about investigators who refuse to forget, about a cold case unit willing to spend 11 months interviewing 32 witnesses to finally bring official resolution to a 4-decade-old murder. And it is a story about a 24-year-old woman from Rhode Island who deserved better than she got, whose life was stolen by a man who saw her as disposable, and whose memory has finally been honored with the truth. Story 10. The late afternoon of February 28, 1997, began like any other Friday in the quiet village of Wildon, Bedfordshire. The countryside stretched out in gentle rolling hills, dotted with modest homes and construction sites where new dreams were being built. For Janice Cartwright Gilbert, a 38-year-old woman with her whole future ahead of her, this was supposed to be one of those ordinary days that fades gently into memory. Instead, it would become the day her life ended in the most horrific circumstances imaginable. Janice lived with her partner at a building site where their future home was taking shape. While construction progressed, they had set up a temporary residence in a mobile home on the property, a common arrangement for those overseeing their own builds. The caravan sat amid the dust and scaffolding of their hopes, surrounded by the rural tranquility of Bedfordshire. She shared this modest space with two beloved dogs, companions who offered comfort during the long days of waiting for their dream house to materialize. On that February afternoon, between the hours of 1:10 and 2 o'clock, someone entered that caravan and transformed it from a place of anticipation into a scene of unspeakable violence. When neighbors noticed smoke billowing from the mobile home, panic immediately set in. John Stacy, living nearby, rushed toward the flames without hesitation. The door was hot to the touch, but he forced it open, and what he discovered inside would haunt him forever. Through the acrid smoke and heat, he could make out Janice's body. Something was wrapped around her neck, made of rubber or plastic, strangling her even in death. As he desperately pulled her from the inferno, he saw scissors protruding from the left side of her neck, and what appeared to be a knife embedded in the right side. A cable was draped across her shoulders like some macabre decoration. The autopsy revealed the full extent of the brutality inflicted upon Janice Cartwright Gilbert. Dr. Carey, the consultant forensic pathologist who examined her body, determined that she had died from stab wounds to the chest that caused massive blood loss. The blade had punctured her lung, preventing her heart from expanding properly and pumping blood through her body. But the stabbing was not the only assault she had endured. There were tiny petechial hemorrhages in the lining membranes of both eyes, signs that someone had compressed her neck with terrible force. Her voice box had been damaged. Most disturbing of all, she had been stamped upon, her head and face bearing patterned bruising consistent with footwear marks. A deep 3-centimeter laceration on the back of her skull had been caused by blunt force trauma. Janice had suffered a broken nose, been stabbed in the heart, lungs, and neck, and then set on fire along with her two dogs. The horror of the crime sent shockwaves through the community. Who could have done such a thing? What kind of monster would inflict such pain on another human being, and then attempt to destroy the evidence with fire? The investigation began immediately, and detectives turned their attention to the area's recent criminal activity. Bedfordshire had been experiencing a spate of burglaries, and several had occurred in and around Wilden between November 1996 and February 1997. The pattern was distinctive. The burglar would break into homes, close the curtains to avoid detection while working, and make off with whatever valuables caught his eye. At 3 of 6 burglaries committed in the vicinity between January and February 1997, investigators found footprints that would become crucial evidence. Enter Justin Plummer, a 24-year-old man with a history of burglary. By his own admission, Plummer had been active as a burglar in the Wilden area during the period leading up to Janice's murder. He confessed to 6 burglaries in the region and would eventually plead guilty to 21 offenses total across multiple indictments. When police brought him in for questioning in March and April of 1997, just weeks after Janice's death, Plummer lied repeatedly about these burglaries. His deceptiveness immediately raised red flags. But lying about burglaries was one thing. Murder was quite another, and the police needed more than suspicion to build their case. They found it in Plummer's right Nike trainer. The distinctive sole pattern of that shoe matched footprints found at 3 burglary scenes near the murder site. More significantly, forensic experts claimed that the patterned bruising on Janice's face and head matched the sole of Plummer's Nike trainer. The implication was clear and chilling. Justin Plummer had not only burglarized homes in Wilden, but had also stamped on Janice Cartwright Gilbert's face as she lay dying in her caravan. There were other circumstantial details that seemed to tighten the noose around Plummer's neck. Witnesses reported seeing a red Metro car in the area around 12:45 on the afternoon of the murder. Plummer owned a red Metro, and he admitted getting rid of it around the time of Janice's death. Why dispose of a vehicle so quickly unless it held incriminating evidence? A woman named Claire Fisher came forward with disturbing testimony. She claimed that Plummer had given her a lift in his red Metro and told her, in chillingly casual tones, that he had caved his ex-girlfriend's head in. Between March 15th and 21st, just weeks after the murder, Plummer had offered Fisher jewelry, and the prosecution suggested this might have been stolen from Janice. The fencing at Plummer's home had been burned, and prosecutors theorized that this was where he had destroyed his blood-stained clothing after the killing. In the caravan, investigators found signs that mirrored Plummer's burglary methods. The curtains had been closed, just as they had been in the burglaries he admitted committing. It seemed to paint a picture. Plummer had entered Janice's mobile home intending to burgle it, had closed the curtains as was his habit, and then been surprised by her presence. Rather than flee, he had attacked her with savage violence, stabbing her repeatedly, stamping on her face, and then setting fire to the caravan to destroy evidence. On December 16, 1998, at St. Albans Crown Court before Mr. Justice Gage, a jury found Justin Plummer guilty of murdering Janice Cartwright Gilbert. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. The verdict seemed to bring closure to a horrific case. Justice had been served. Or had it? For Justin Plummer, the conviction was a nightmare from which he could not wake. He had admitted to being a burglar, yes. He had lied to police about his crimes. But murder? He insisted, with unwavering conviction, that he was innocent. He had never confessed to killing Janice Cartwright Gilbert. He had never stamped on her face with his Nike trainer. As the years stretched into decades behind bars, Plummer refused to accept his fate quietly. In 2000, he made his first application to the Criminal Cases Review Commission, the independent body responsible for investigating potential miscarriages of justice in the United Kingdom. The application was rejected, but Plummer would not give up. The question that gnawed at him was the same one that would eventually gnaw at legal experts. How reliable was the forensic evidence that had convicted him? The prosecution's case had relied heavily on expert testimony comparing the marks left on Janice's face with the sole of Plummer's Nike trainer. 2 experts had testified at trial that the match was definitive. But in the years following his conviction, standards for forensic footwear analysis evolved. What had once seemed like ironclad scientific evidence began to look increasingly questionable. In 2017, Justin Plummer made a second application to the CCRC, this time armed with new expert evidence that challenged the very foundation of his conviction. The CCRC conducted a detailed review and discovered something alarming. The expert footwear mark evidence presented at Plummer's 1998 trial was fundamentally flawed. 2 prosecution experts who had testified, one of whom was primarily a dentist and bite mark specialist, did not meet the industry standards required to conduct reliable footwear marks comparison. The jury had been misled by testimony that appeared authoritative but lacked scientific rigor. Based on these findings, the CCRC referred Plummer's case back to the Court of Appeal in February 2021. On July 15th of that year, a full court examined the evidence and reached a stunning conclusion. Justin Plummer's conviction for murder was unsafe. After 23 years in prison, his conviction was quashed. The court also lifted orders related to 2 unrelated common assault charges and ordered that Plummer be retried on 1 count of murder and rearraigned on the assault charges. Freedom seemed tantalizingly close, but it remained just out of reach. The Crown Prosecution Service, convinced that a substantial case still existed against Plummer, decided to pursue a retrial. In 2023, at Aylesbury Crown Court, Justin Plummer once again stood before a jury to face charges of murdering Janice Cartwright Gilbert. But this second trial would be dramatically different from the first. Gone was the flawed footwear evidence that had formed the backbone of the original prosecution. In its place, the Crown relied on something even more controversial, an alleged confession. Christopher Dunn, a police informant who had shared a cell with Plummer for approximately 3 weeks in June 1997, while Plummer was on remand for burglary charges, claimed that Plummer had confessed to murdering Janice. According to Dunn, during their time together in that confined space, Plummer had admitted to the killing. There was just one problem. Christopher Dunn had been dead for 24 years. He died in 1999, never having testified at Plummer's first trial. The alleged confession had not been introduced as evidence in 1998. Now, in 2023, prosecutors wanted to present Dunn's hearsay account to a new jury. even though Plummer would have no opportunity to confront his accuser or challenge the testimony through cross-examination. The circumstances surrounding Dunn's claim raised troubling questions. He had been working as a police informant since 1996, yet he did not ask to speak with police about Plummer's supposed confession until August 1997, more than 2 months after they had stopped sharing a cell. When he finally gave his account in December 1997, there were discrepancies in details that could not be correct. His various accounts differed from one another, and crucially, he provided no specific details about the actual killing. Moreover, records indicated that a payment had been made to Christopher Dunn around the time he provided his testimony to police. No one had ever explained what that payment was for. Despite these red flags, the trial judge ruled that Dunn's hearsay evidence was admissible under Section 114 of the Criminal Justice Act 2003. The judge determined that it should not be excluded under Section 126 of that act or Section 78 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984. On April 25, 2023, Plummer entered guilty pleas to the 2 counts of common assault. On June 19, 2023, a jury found him guilty of murder once again. On July 25th, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years for the murder, along with concurrent 1-week sentences for each assault offense. For Justin Plummer, now 50 years old, it seemed that history had cruelly repeated itself. But his legal team was not finished fighting. Without even seeking the involvement of the CCRC this time, Plummer's barristers applied directly to the Court of Appeal to challenge his second conviction. Their argument was straightforward and compelling. The trial judge had been fundamentally wrong to allow Christopher Dunn's unreliable hearsay evidence to be presented to the jury. At a hearing on July 15, 2025, Katie Thorne KC, representing Plummer, argued forcefully that Dunn's testimony should never have been allowed, and that the trial judge did not adequately consider the inherent unreliability of the evidence. She pointed out the multiple inconsistencies in Dunn's accounts, the suspicious timing of his disclosure, the unexplained payment he received, and the fact that Plummer would never have the opportunity to confront his accuser. The prosecution's own barrister had conceded that the alleged confession was the nucleus of the prosecution case and a very prominent part of their evidence against Plummer. On Wednesday, July 30th, 2025, 3 senior judges delivered their ruling. In a 48-page judgment, Lord Justice Adis carefully examined the evidence and concluded that Christopher Dunn's assertions should have been removed from the jury's consideration. The trial judge had failed to properly assess whether the evidence was so unconvincing that it should not be put before a jury. Given that the confession was central to the prosecution's case, its improper admission rendered the conviction unsafe. For the second time in 4 years, Justin Plummer's murder conviction was quashed. 28 years had passed since Janice Cartwright Gilbert's brutal murder. 28 years during which Justin Plummer maintained his innocence from behind prison walls. He had spent the majority of his adult life incarcerated for a crime he insisted he did not commit, convicted twice by juries who heard fundamentally flawed evidence. The first conviction had rested on questionable forensic testimony from experts who lacked proper qualifications. The second had relied on the dubious claims of a long-dead police informant whose credibility was suspect and whose account could never be tested through cross-examination. As Plummer walked free from prison in the summer of 2025, the question that haunted everyone involved remained unanswered. Who killed Janice Cartwright Gilbert? Was Justin Plummer truly innocent, a victim of a justice system that had failed him twice? Or was he a guilty man who had escaped conviction through legal technicalities, leaving a murder unavenged? The Crown Prosecution Service, in their statement following the ruling, emphasized that their thoughts remained with Janice's family and loved ones, and that they had assessed the evidence fairly and independently in both trials, believing it showed a realistic prospect of conviction. But fair assessment and realistic prospects are not the same as certainty, and in the British justice system, defendants are entitled to trials free from unreliable evidence that might mislead juries. Justin Plummer had been denied that fundamental right, not once but twice. The forensic evidence that convicted him the first time was scientifically unsound. The confession evidence that convicted him the second time was legally inadmissible. Whether he committed the terrible crime that ended Janice Cartwright Gilbert's life in that caravan on a February afternoon in 1997 remains, in the eyes of the law, an open question. For Janice's family, the repeated legal proceedings must have been an agonizing ordeal. They had seen a man convicted, then freed, then convicted again, and then freed once more. They had watched as their loved one's brutal death became the subject of endless legal arguments about footwear analysis standards and hearsay evidence rules. Their grief, already unimaginable, was compounded by the uncertainty and the feeling that justice remained elusive, delayed, and perhaps forever denied. The case stands as a stark reminder of the fragility of criminal justice and the devastating consequences when evidence does not meet the rigorous standards required for conviction. It illustrates the dangers of self-confessions from informants who cannot be cross-examined, the importance of proper forensic expertise, and the tendency of circumstantial evidence to appear more compelling than it actually is. Justin Plummer admitted to being a burglar in the Wilden area. He admitted to lying to police. He owned a Nike trainer whose sole resembled marks on the victim. He had a red Metro car he disposed of around the time of the murder. A witness claimed he made incriminating statements. But were these facts enough to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he committed murder? 2 juries thought so. 2 appeal courts disagreed. As Justin Plummer attempts to rebuild whatever life remains to him after spending more than half of it behind bars, and as Janice Cartwright Gilbert's family continues to mourn their loss without the closure of a definitive resolution, the case serves as a haunting meditation on truth, evidence, and the limits of human certainty. In a caravan in Wilden on February 28, 1997, someone committed an act of terrible violence. Someone stabbed Janice repeatedly, stamped on her face, strangled her, and set her and her dogs on fire. Someone knows the truth about what happened in those horrific moments between 1:10 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But after 28 years, 2 convictions, 2 successful appeals, flawed forensic evidence, dubious confession testimony, and countless legal proceedings, that truth remains as elusive as smoke dissipating into the Bedfordshire sky. Story 11. The winter night of February 17th, 1988, settled over Rochester, Minnesota like any other in the heart of the Midwest. Snow lay thick on the ground, and the cold penetrated even the warmest homes in this city of 55,000 people, known primarily for the Mayo Clinic and its quiet, orderly neighborhoods. In a house on the outskirts of town, the Braum family prepared for bed with no sense that their lives were about to end in the most horrific way imaginable. Bernard Braum was 41 years old, a man who had worked hard to provide for his family. His wife Paulette, also 41, had devoted herself to raising their 5 children and maintaining their home. Together they had built what appeared from the outside to be a typical American family. Their eldest son Joe was 18 and preparing to launch into adulthood. David, 16, attended Lourdes High School and was navigating the turbulent waters of adolescence. 13-year-old Diane was blossoming into a young woman, and 11-year-old Ricky was still a child, innocent and trusting, clutching his blanket each night as he drifted off to sleep. But beneath the surface of this ordinary family, tensions had been building. David Braum was not the carefree teenager his parents might have hoped for. Something dark had taken root in his mind, a shadow that had been growing since elementary school. He had told friends about voices, whispers that urged him toward violence. He had written letters describing these hallucinations, documenting how the voices commanded him to hurt himself and others. Whether his parents fully understood the depth of his psychological disturbance remains unclear, but on that February night, whatever fragile equilibrium had held the family together was about to shatter completely. At approximately 11:30 in the evening on February 17th, David and his father Bernard got into an argument. The specifics of their disagreement have never been fully revealed, But whatever words were exchanged between father and son that night ignited something terrible in David's mind. After the confrontation ended, while the rest of the house settled into sleep, David remained awake. He paced. He thought. The voices in his head grew louder. For hours he stayed awake, wrestling with thoughts that no 16-year-old should have to bear, until around 3 o'clock in the morning, when he made a decision that would destroy 6 lives forever. David went down to the basement, where his father kept tools for maintaining their home. Among the shovels and rakes and garden implements, he found an axe. The handle was smooth and worn from use, the blade sharp and heavy. He picked it up, feeling its weight in his hands. Then he climbed the stairs back up to the main floor of the house, moving through the darkness toward his parents' bedroom. Bernard Brum likely never knew what hit him. David raised the axe and brought it down on his father's head as he slept. But Bernard did not die immediately. Somehow, impossibly, he kept trying to get up. David struck him again, and again. Each time his father tried to rise, David hit him once more with the axe, driving him back down. The violence was beyond comprehension. The rage or madness, or whatever drove David forward, was relentless. Finally, Bernard stopped moving. Paulette Brum must have woken to find her husband being murdered beside her. David turned the axe on his mother, striking her repeatedly. The gashes on her head and upper body would later testify to the ferocity of the attack. She had no chance to escape, no opportunity to defend herself or call for help. In those terrible moments, she died in the bedroom she had shared with her husband for years, the room where they had planned their future and dreamed their dreams. The sounds of violence had roused others in the household. David moved from his parents' room to his brother Ricky's bedroom. The 11-year-old boy was lying in bed, perhaps trying to hide, perhaps frozen with fear. He was in a fetal position, clutching his little blanket, when David entered the room. The axe rose and fell. Ricky sustained massive injuries to his head and multiple wounds across his small body. He died still holding the blanket that had comforted him through countless nights. Diane, 13 years old, had emerged into the upstairs hallway. Perhaps she had heard the commotion and come out to investigate. Perhaps she had heard her mother's screams and rushed to help. She stood over her mother's body when David saw her. He attacked her there in the hallway, striking her with the same terrible weapon he had used on the rest of his family. She fell beside her mother, another victim of incomprehensible violence. When the killing was done, 4 members of the Brum family lay dead on the 2nd floor of their home. Bernard, Paulette, Diane, and Ricky had all been murdered with numerous gashes to their heads and upper bodies. Blood covered the bedrooms and hallway. The axe, now stained with the blood of David's entire family, was left in the basement where forensic investigators would later find it bearing David's palm and fingerprints. David did not immediately flee. At some point during the morning of February 18th, he left the house of horrors he had created and went looking for someone to talk to. He found a female friend as she was heading to school and convinced her to skip classes with him. They spent time together, and during those hours, David told her what he had done. He described the argument with his father the previous night. He explained how he had stayed awake until 3 in the morning. He detailed each killing, explaining how he had gone to his parents' room first and killed his father, how his father kept getting up despite being struck repeatedly with the axe. He told her about killing his mother, his brother, his sister. The girl listened in horror as David calmly recounted the murder of his entire family. Meanwhile, at Lourdes High School, whispers were spreading through the hallways. Students were talking about David Brum, sharing a disturbing rumor they had heard. The rumor said that David had killed his family. At first, it must have seemed impossible, the kind of dark gossip that teenagers sometimes spread without foundation. But the school administration took it seriously enough to contact the police. When Olmsted County Sheriff's deputies received the notification that students were reporting David Brum had harmed and possibly killed his father, they immediately responded. In the early evening of February 18th, deputies arrived at the Brum family home. They knocked but received no response. They called out but heard only silence. Officer Kevin Torgerson, who would later become the Olmsted County Sheriff, was among those who entered the house. He moved through the first floor and found nothing amiss. But as he climbed the stairs to the second floor, he began to see signs of horror. At the top of the stairs, he could see feet lying on the floor. 2 females. He whispered to his partner that they had found 2 bodies. But the nightmare was not over. Torgerson moved through the upstairs hallway, his training keeping him focused on documenting what he saw even as his mind recoiled from the carnage. He found the bodies of Bernard and Paulette in their bedroom, both bearing massive injuries. Then he reached Ricky's room. The sight of the 11-year-old boy lying in a fetal position, clutching his blanket, his head and body showing multiple injuries from the axe, was almost too much to bear. Even decades later, Torgerson's voice would break when describing what he had found that day. For members of the Brom family were dead. Joe, the 18-year-old eldest son, was not home and was unharmed. David, 16, was missing. Initially, police worried that David might have been abducted or might himself be a victim. But then the girl David had spoken to that morning came forward. She told police that David had confessed to her, that he had described in detail how he had killed each member of his family. David was not a victim. He was the perpetrator. On February 19, 1988, police found David Brum using a payphone near the local post office. He was arrested without incident. The teenager who had murdered his parents and 2 younger siblings with an axe was taken into custody, beginning a legal process that would captivate the attention of Minnesota and raise profound questions about juvenile justice, mental illness, and criminal responsibility. David's case was initially referred to the juvenile court system because he was only 16 years old at the time of the murders. But the severity and brutality of the crimes were so extreme that the case was eventually transferred to the adult judicial system. David would be tried as an adult for the murder of his entire family. The trial became a focal point for discussions about mental illness and the insanity defense. David entered a plea of not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness, which led to a bifurcated trial process with 2 phases. In the first phase, the jury would determine whether David had committed the murders. Given his confession to his friend and the overwhelming physical evidence, including the blood-stained axe bearing his fingerprints, this phase concluded quickly with guilty verdicts on all counts. The second phase focused on whether David was legally insane at the time he committed the murders. Under Minnesota law, which used the Manhattan rules to determine legal insanity, the critical question was whether David understood that killing his family was wrong when he did it. The defense bore the burden of proving David's legal insanity by a preponderance of the evidence. The psychiatric testimony was complex and contradictory. The defense presented a psychiatrist who concluded that David did not understand that killing his parents and siblings was wrong when he committed the murders, and therefore he was legally insane. The prosecution countered with testimony from 4 psychiatrists. 2 concluded that David was not legally insane at the time of the murders. 2 did not offer an opinion on his legal mental illness. However, all of the experts agreed on one critical point. David suffered from some form of mental illness or impairment. The testimony revealed disturbing details about David's mental state. He had experienced hallucinations since elementary school. He had heard voices commanding him to hurt himself and others. One defense psychiatrist testified that David exhibited symptoms of depression, psychosis, and potentially dissociative identity disorder. Yet the prosecution's experts argued that even with these symptoms, David knew what he was doing was wrong. He had hidden the axe in the basement afterward. He had not immediately turned himself in. These actions suggested consciousness of guilt. On October 16, 1989, after considering all the evidence and expert testimony, the jury returned its verdict. They found that David Brum was not legally insane when he murdered his family. He was convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder. The trial court imposed 4 life sentences, 3 consecutive and 1 concurrent, with a minimum of 52 years and 6 months to serve before becoming eligible for parole. David Brum entered the Minnesota prison system as a 16-year-old convicted quadruple murderer. He would spend the next 37 years behind bars. During his incarceration, he pursued education and eventually became a mentor to other inmates, working toward becoming a chaplain. After being imprisoned, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia, though other psychotic disorders were also suggested by various mental health professionals who evaluated him over the years. His prison record was remarkably clean, with only one infraction in more than 3 decades, having too many people in his cell at one time. As the years passed, David's case became a focal point in discussions about juvenile sentencing. In 2023, Minnesota passed a law ending juvenile life without parole sentences, joining 27 other states that had banned such sentences. Under this new law, David's minimum term was reduced, making him immediately eligible for parole. In January 2025, David appeared before a parole board to argue for his release. He was now 53 years old, having spent more than twice as long in prison as he had lived outside of it. He spoke about his transformation during his decades of incarceration. He acknowledged that the repercussions of his actions extended far beyond the 4 lives he took, though he referred to his victims simply as the family, unable or unwilling to call them by name or relationship. He recognized the impact on law enforcement, the judicial system, and the church his family had attended. He expressed remorse, saying he had inflicted immense loss and profound grief, leaving behind confusion and unanswered questions. During the hearing, David claimed that a cloud of depression had impacted his actions on that terrible night in February 1988. This was notable because it appeared to contradict aspects of his original insanity defense, which had focused on psychosis, hallucinations, and dissociative identity disorder. When questioned about the earlier psychiatric diagnoses, David claimed ignorance and stated he had never experienced hallucinations. This contradicted trial testimony from 1989 that described him hearing voices since elementary school. Paul Schnell, the Commissioner of Corrections for the Minnesota Department of Corrections, acknowledged the seriousness of David's crimes, but also noted his educational achievements and mentorship work during incarceration. On July 29, 2025, after serving more than 37 years in prison, David Brum was released to a Twin Cities halfway house under a work release program. He would remain under supervision and be subject to GPS monitoring. But trust was not easy for those who remembered that February morning in 1988. The case had left scars that 37 years could not fully heal. For people had died in the most brutal circumstances imaginable. A father who kept trying to get up even as his son struck him with an axe. A mother who died in her bedroom. A 13-year-old girl who stood over her dying mother, and an 11-year-old boy clutching his blanket. Their lives had been stolen by someone who should have protected them, loved them, grown up alongside them. Yet the question that haunted the case from the beginning remained unanswered. Why? What drives a 16-year-old boy to take an axe and methodically murder his parents, his brother, and his sister? Was it mental illness, a mind fractured by psychosis, and unable to distinguish right from wrong? Was it rage over an argument that somehow escalated beyond all proportion? Was it the voices he claimed to have heard since childhood, finally commanding him toward ultimate violence? Or was it something else entirely, something that defies explanation and understanding? David Brum now walks the streets as a free man, monitored but no longer imprisoned. The boy who committed those terrible acts is gone, replaced by a 53-year-old man who claims transformation and expresses remorse. Whether that transformation is real, whether it is enough, whether he truly understands the magnitude of what he destroyed on that February night, are questions that perhaps can never be fully answered. What remains certain is that 4 people are dead, a family was annihilated, a community was traumatized, and the ripples of violence committed in a few terrible hours in 1988 continue to spread outward, touching lives nearly 4 decades later.